Hey, what's up, YouTube? What's up, YouTube? If you're a UFO fan, you are. If you're a UFO fan, you're going to be obsessed with what's going on right now. Sorry, early in the morning, just waking up, just got my coffee here. Bear with me, YouTube, because this is some gnarly stuff that's going down with the UFO hearing in front of Congress uh, last week. How does Phil Schneider look now? And if you don't know who Phil Schneider is, we're going to get into that today as well. But the Peru predator? Does the predator live in Peru? Or do we have some crazy person in the jungles chopping people's faces, peeling people's faces off like Leatherface in Texas Chainsaw Massacre? Because that happened. That film, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, was based on a true story. Could the 1987 Predator film starring Arnold Schwarzenegger and Jesse Ventura, could that be based in fact? Ryan Graves, David Grusch, David Fravor, the whistleblowers of the 2023 UFO hearing, they're all considered heroes. But what about Phil Schneider, who everybody called crazy, the government geologist and engineer who was involved in government construction of underground bases in the 70s and 80s, who some say was murdered because he was talking about this UFO. He was going into depth, and I'll show clips of the 2023 this new UFO hearing, and throughout the entire hearing, Grusch, Graves, Fravor, they repeatedly said, "Oh, I can't talk about that." Well, I might be able to give you some details in private, but I can't. I'm not at liberty to just say that, blast everybody out in the open like what Phil was doing in 1995. And what Phil was saying, was that true? Who knows? But as time goes on, things that Phil Schneider was saying in 1995, it's starting to look like he was right. That everybody's like, oh man, this guy's got no proof. But with these whistleblowers, and similar to Bill Cosby, all the women that came forward with Bill Cosby, there's truth in the numbers. And over time, what will the legacy of Phil Schneider be? If this keeps progressing the way that it does, Phil's going to be, he's going to turn from the crackpot to the genius. But I'm going to show some videos here and of what the people in Peru are calling the face peelers. Does the predator live in Peru? Was that movie actually based on true life events? The video that I'm about to show you is very graphic. These Peruvians, and this is rural. These people are very poor, Americans are completely clueless to the poverty that the vast majority of the world lives in. These people really don't have electricity. They have uh, very few of them have running water. They have to poop outside. Their only source to the modern world is that they have cell phones. And so we're getting some cell phone footage of what's happening in Peru. And oh man, it's thunderstorming big time where I'm gonna try to get this out so my internet doesn't get cut out here. It's thundering bad here, but these people live in third world poverty, and for decades, for centuries even, what happened in the jungle stayed in the jungle. There's no way out to communicate to the world, the outside world. But thank God for the invention of the cell phone you can communicate. People who in rural areas now can communicate to the outside world, and they can get the news out there, the footage out there. Proof. And this is just the beginning. Let's get to it. Give me a second here. Okay, so this is going to be a map of where this is happening in Peru. Fair use here.
Details, but sometimes, in fact, I would say oftentimes, these cattle.
This is Timothy Alvarino.
A side of the skin on their face gone, peeled off.
I'm talking about the face peelers.
Surgically removed, so that all you see is the bone structure. You see the jaw, you see the teeth, you see the bone structure, but no flesh. And so that leads us into this next video. Why don't you go ahead and play that next video, Doug?
Yeah, this is about to get wild.
And so this, now, before we play this video, I cannot find I don't know what the origin of this video is. I don't even know, to be honest, I don't even know what the context of the video.
Give me a second here. This is a small video here that I'm trying to enlarge. Okay. I know this is blurry, but it'll get a little bit more clear.
It purports to be a video that was filmed in 2023, this year, and from Loreto, Peru. So Loreto, by the way, is the state in which this occurred. So it purports to be from this year in the same department, the same state. Where this village is located. So go ahead and play that.
Loreto, Peru.
So what you're looking at here are two Peruvian, they look like two gentlemen who either are police or civilian police or something, maybe detectives. Their vests say police, and they're taking the banana leaves off of this man who's lying on the bank of a river, and I think we determined that he was deposited there for the police. So they're removing these banana leaves, which people used to cover him. You're going to see why people covered his head with banana leaves in a moment. Again, those are their vests say police, so let's assume those are Peruvian police. Now they're picking him up. And look at his head.
Face is completely gone, scalped, skinned, perfect
It is
cut.
bereft of skin. At least I'd say 3/4 of it, if not almost the entirety of his face is gone. Not partially gone, completely gone. And you'll see if you back up a little bit, Doug, because I think that's where, well, there he is laying on the ground. So let's see. Is that the end of the video?
Yeah,
it just plays. Okay, so back up, and you're going to notice that his face was removed with surgical precision around the neck there. You see that? There's a circular cut around the neck. Now, is this video real? Is it authentic? Or is it photoshopped or edited in some way? I don't know, but I think it'd be very difficult to edit this video because you're looking at somebody's cell phone footage. So we're looking at somebody's cell phone, a Peruvian villager's cell phone that they captured, presumably. And there's a lot of movement. You see all the movement. Look, they drop him. The police officer falls and drops him. I mean, it doesn't look like prosthetic to me, and it does not look like CGI. Now, again, I don't know what the context is of this video, but I'm going to guess that this has something to do with the pelacaras.
The face peelers.
And when these Peruvian people call these beings pelacaras, I think we're looking at why they call them the face peelers. Again, allegedly this happened this year and is from the same general region of Peru where this village was attacked.
I mean, this is very similar to the Predator movie. He's like cutting people's faces off, ripping out their spine, like for sport. Like he's mutilating these people for sport. Now, is this actually an alien? Or a crazy human? But that poor man, had his face ripped off. It's terrifying. No one deserves that. The people of Peru are terrified right now. And we're going to get into some news coverage, some Peruvian news coverage, and some other articles that have come out around the world. Britain seems to be covering this way more than America, for whatever reason. But, this is making headline news in Britain, but for whatever reason, I haven't really heard anything about it on, PBS. It seems like the news wants to focus everything on Trump and his indictment and, is Trump going to jail? Then this, we just, briefly had a groundbreaking UFO, breaking news UFO hearing last week. Whistleblowers from 3 government officials, basically all of them identifying and agreeing that, that the United States has been lying to the people about their UFO technology and coming in contact with UFOs. Let's just sweep that under the rug real quick and focus on, politics, Trump. Just forget about the UFO hearing. And then now, allegedly 7-foot-tall gray alien attacks, and bodies are with their faces peeled off or washing up on Peruvian riverbanks. This is a crazy world we live in right now.
It's really quite disturbing.
Well, you can see that it appears to be rigor mortis has set in.
Yes.
I've seen my share of dead bodies. If even the movement right there, you can see the spine articulating.
Yes.
If this was a movie prop, my hat's off to you. that is the most convincing movie prop I've ever seen. But you can tell that the guy has weight to him. This guy right here, the policia, he slips coming up the embankment. If this was going to be a movie, it was shot very poorly, but we have not been able to discern yet if this is a movie, if it's a spoof. Um, that seems to be a dead man. I've seen my share of that. I have never seen an injury like this. I've seen people blown apart, lacerated. When I worked in federal prisons, I've seen people stabbed up, gutted, half their face cut off before. But there's, it seems like he has been exsanguinated. There's no blood. There's no blood coming out of anywhere. Look, the face will bleed more than almost anything else because the hundreds of capillaries that are all over the face, and there is no flesh anywhere.
No blood.
There's no burn marks from what we can see on here, and you can even see the scalp line where the fatty tissue is.
Exactly.
And the way they lay them
like cattle
as they're moving. I mean, it takes 3 men to move a dead body. That's fairly accurate. A person who's completely, limp is a very, very heavy weight. And what we guess is that someone came down the river, deposited this man along the side of the river for the police to then go and collect. And this is most likely the criminal investigators who are here.
I can say that we can confirm that this particular video was uploaded
There's
to
the
YouTube.
coroner.
Right, there he is. Yeah, this particular video was uploaded to YouTube on August 2nd. So this may be very recent, and it may in fact be directly related to the incident in the village. These villagers who are being terrorized by these ostensibly extraterrestrial beings. I mean, that's just that is very grotesque. I've never seen anything like that before. And again, this illustrates why they call these entities pela caras, the face peelers. And I think we are, in my opinion, again, for all we know, this could be a hoax. I don't know, but my gut feeling is that this is not a hoax. This is real, and we are looking at a human mutilation as opposed to a cattle mutilation. We are looking at a human mutilation.
I want to say that he appears to have some sort
another creature that is very renowned throughout Latin America, Central and South America, is the chupacabra. And I've heard stories about the chupacabra my entire life, that they would mutilate animals. Could these alien beings that people are seeing, and this evidence here is that, are these chupacabras the face peelers as well? That this has been going on for a long time, but then now, because of the technology that everybody, for the most part, has a cell phone at least, they can communicate and get it out there to the world. That the world's finally starting to see what's been going on for a long time. And it's going to get harder and harder for us to continue to get lied to. This is what's great about the internet, having a supercomputer in your hand, having everyone has a video camera that they can turn on, to where the truth's going to get out there a lot quicker now. There's a lot of hunters in my family. I grew up going to deer camp and seeing a lot of deer skinned. And that's what this looks like. This man just got skinned. Now, was it by a crazy man? Leatherface? Was it by a Peruvian Leatherface or the Predator? That's you know, realistically, you got to say, well, okay, unless I start seeing, men in black and a 7-foot tall alien, like some of these Peruvian people are, claiming that they have. I mean, law enforcement's going to have to be looking for a crazy man, but then watching their back for a 7-foot tall gray alien. But it's just the dangers of living in a. I mean, it's dangerous here in America. I mean, who am I? We all know that. I mean, there's a ton of murders here, but living out in that rainforest, electricity's real spotty. You still got to go outside to an outhouse and take a poop in the middle of the night. It's dangerous. It's scary. People in America, very few people in America have traveled. They might go to tourist spots in other countries, but they don't go to the real country. They don't go to the real Mexico. The real Africa, India. Fill in the blank. The vast majority of American and Europeans are completely oblivious to the horrors of poverty that billions of human beings have to live with. But then those horrors are going to be like this right here. This video, even though this is horrific, coming from Loreto, Peru, the truth's going to start to get out there faster, quicker. So hopefully Americans can have a little bit more compassion. But my heart goes out to this man's family. I mean, can you imagine? I mean, that's your loved one, your friend. Something like that happened to him. It's terrible.
Of a burn here on his right shoulder.
Yeah.
And bruising along his left that you can see from the chest to this shoulder. It almost looks like this arm was out of socket, but the body moves really weird whenever it's limp and dead. So there's some sort of another injury. You can see the color tone right here is different. If it was hit by a radiation, I mean, I can only speculate. I don't know of any instrument that can do this. I mean, that steam would do that. Steam can melt you right down to the bone, but that would be a 3rd-degree burn. And even so, you would still see blackening, possibly. You would still see blackening along the epidermis. And you're not really seeing that. You can see where most likely this is a pool of blood where he's been laying down at. When the body is, when the body dies, the blood will pool wherever the body is laying flat at. All right. So you can see most likely this is where the blood was pooling at in the body. And like I said, it's some sort of an injury right here. So if something came and hit him like this or from right here, but once again, that's a cut right here.
Well, what we're looking at, as I said, it's a human mutilation. Just think cattle mutilation, but done to a human being. That's, I believe, what we're looking at. Now, there's extra compression going on through Zoom. The video is actually a little bit clearer on YouTube. So there's some extra compression going on. And people say, well, why is it so pixelated and so forth? Because we have a crappy cell phone filming another crappy cell phone. That's why. So you're looking at an image that isn't very high res to begin with, that was apparently filmed by a Peruvian. And I say a Peruvian because I can see her sitting there. You can see her feet here in the video. She's sitting there showing somebody footage that, again, presumably either she took or somebody else took and showed it to her. So this is quite astounding. Again, we don't know if this is real. This could, for all we know, this could be a movie prop. Somebody's going to say, oh, this is from a movie, and put a link in the comments. Okay. But I think, again, to illustrate what we mean by what these jungle folk mean by pelacaras, I think we're looking at what they mean by the face peelers. This is at the very least, I think, a good illustration of what face peelers do. And we very well may, to reiterate, we very well may be looking at the result of an attack by a so-called pelacara, face peeler.
Or a crazy man.
So let's talk
But
about
regardless,
some
the man
things
lost his
that
life.
are very, very intriguing regarding this incident that happened in this village in Alto Nanay. One thing that stood out to me right away when I began to research this incident is that the villagers are claiming that these entities...
Give me a second. Let me his face out here.
are over 2 meters tall. Specifically, they're describing them as being around 7 feet tall. That rings a bell immediately because we referenced the Vegas incident. During that Vegas incident that happened last month, I believe it was last month, correct? No, it was the end of May, was it not? The very last night of May, I believe, is when it occurred.
Right.
The first hours of June, I think, is when that happened. And those people described very tall alien beings. And I think the one kid said 10 feet tall, another one said 8. I saw some footage from the Vegas event. By the way, the jury's out in my mind on the Vegas event, on the Vegas incident. I don't know if those guys were telling the truth. I don't know if they were embellishing, if they were confabulating. But I'm just going to tell you, my gut feeling is that they're telling the truth and that there was some sort of a non-human entity stalking around in their backyard. In fact, I'll go so far as to say that there is a particular, and I wish we had it ready to queue up here, but we didn't want to bother to take time to find it, but I'm sure many of you have seen this already. There is a particular video that has been extracted from the news channel's video that they took. And remember, they were walking to the backyard during this news broadcast. They're walking into the backyard with these gentlemen who called 911 about these aliens in their backyard. So they're walking into the backyard and they shut the cameras off. And before they shut the cameras off, you can see the forklift, regular backyard with grass. These people apparently work on cars or something, so they have sort of looks like almost like an enclosure with gravel on the ground, and they have forklift back there and some other things. And you can see the forklift.
I saw it. It looked CGI to me. Continue.
In the background. Now there's two things I want people to jettison from their minds right away. Don't think about that fake CGI, alleged camera footage of that alien creature. That was totally fake, CGI garbage. And don't think about the video of the up close of the fence with allegedly an alien creature looking through the cracks or whatever. I'm not referencing those two videos. There's another video where somebody zooms in on the forklift, and you can see. Now, is the video real? I don't know. Is there CGI in there? Was it edited? I don't know. But you can see a large gray alien being sort of ducking behind the forklift, but you can clearly see his bulbous head and black eyes, and you can see his head move. I don't have a link to that video. We don't have it to queue up right now, but maybe some of you have seen it. If not, I would go look for it because it's the most compelling video of that whole incident, the Vegas incident. You can see a gray alien, and that being, when I'm looking at the forklift, and in my head, I was watching it with my wife, and I said, that looks like a 7-foot tall gray alien. It's exactly what I deduced. It looks like it's about 7 feet tall, maybe 7.5 feet tall, maximum 8. It's a very tall gray alien. Now, that's strange to a lot of people because you all hear me talk about gray aliens all the time. And we know that gray aliens, one of the distinguishing features of a gray alien is its diminutive stature. They're small. They're 3 to 4 feet tall, or 3.5 to 4 feet tall. And they have the bulbous, the bulbous heads, the almond-shaped eyes, and so forth. They have the long fingers, 3 fingers, and the interesting thing here is with the Vegas incident is we're looking at what appears to be a gray alien, but 7-foot tall gray alien with the same characteristics, the same features, the bulbous head, the almond-shaped eyes, but much, much larger.
And this is what's interesting about all of these current events that's going on, is that it's very similar to what's being described here in this story, as well as going down in Peru. And then it's similar to what Phil Schneider described as the alien that he killed back in the 70s. Well, I'll come back to this video here, because this is a lot of good stuff right here. This is Timothy Alberino. But there's a couple articles that I'd like to read to go over here. So this is the sun. Yeah, they got the picture. They got the predator right there. Yeah, let you know what's up right there at the beginning, like. Alien versus predator. Cops probe claims villagers being terrorized by predator-style aliens after girl has neck slashed by mystery beast. This is they blurred out the face of the girl as she had her neck, some lacerations on her neck there. Teenage girl was reportedly attacked by one of the strange beings. Police and Navy forces are investigating the sightings in the jungles of Peru. Well, you better send Arnold. Another image of the predator there. The claims have been made by members of the Iquitu indigenous people in the rural district of Alto Nene, northeast of Lima, Peru, and they claim a girl 15 was attacked by one of the monsters which slashed her neck. Hunters have reportedly fired on the creatures with their guns, which are said to be immune to human weapons. Beings also allegedly can disappear at will. Theories range from the outlandish, such as them being real aliens or creatures from folklore, to the more mundane. After watching that video of the guy getting his face mutilated and peeled skin, basically, leather face, the chupacabra. I've seen several videos of people claiming, oh, this is what the chupacabra does to our animals, and it would skin them. It would mutilate them in some kind of fashion. But now they're getting braver, and they're doing it to humans. If it was an alien / chupacabra, or crazy Leatherface out in the jungle, which is equally just as terrifying. It has been suggested the beings could be drones covered with cloth and masks to scare the locals by illegal miners in a Scooby-Doo style scheme. Others have suggested the sightings could be a case of mass hysteria. Police and the Navy are now investigating the claims, with locals calling for a military force to be deployed in the region, which is a 10-hour river ride from Iquitos City. They're out in the middle of nowhere. It's just third world country out in the jungle. The description of the aliens appears to be similar to the armored beast from the Predator franchise. predators are a species of tribalistic aliens who wear armored suits and carry blades as they hunt humans. But in the movie, one of the creatures is handily seen off by action star Arnold Schwarzenegger. The Peruvian locals, however, do not seem to be having as much luck fending off the aliens. Community leaders have said the strange beings have been menacing them since July 11th. So this is before the UFO hearing that happened at the end of July here in America. But that man, they don't know when that man was killed, but that video footage of the man with his face peeled off, that was from August 2nd. Be interesting to see more on that of when that man went disappearing. He disappeared. Police took a speedboat and toured the area after the reports of the teenager being attacked. Pictures show the young girl with a bloodied neck, but it is unclear what caused the injuries. And another man is reported to have been wounded in the head by the aliens. Community leader Yaro Ratigi Alvara said in no uncertain terms he believes the beings are from outer space. You could just have a crazy person on the loose. And the villagers have set up patrols to try and hunt down the intruders with shotguns. You know, they're not playing, they're terrified. Of course they've been forced to investigate. And this has been before this video with the man. This article came out before the video of the man with his face peeled off, washing up on the riverbank. He compared them to looking like the Green Goblin from the Spider-Man franchise, who in some versions appears armored with yellow eyes. I shot one of them twice and he wasn't injured. He rose and disappeared. We're very frightened about what's happening here in our community. He added their shoes are round-shaped, which they use to float. They float about 1 meter from the ground. So these guys are hovering. They're saying they hover in the air, that they are flying. Which brings a whole nother terrifying aspect to this. If this is the chupacabra alien grays that Phil Schneider warned us about in the 90s. Their shoes are round-shaped, which they use to float. They float about 1 meter from the ground, and there is red light on the heel. Was I just cut off? Damn, they cut me off. Was I cut off? Saying that it's still going. Okay, I'm still going. I thought I got cut off there, YouTube. I apologize. But he compared them. This man's comparing them to the Green Goblin from the Spider-Man franchise, who in some versions appears armored with yellow eyes. I shot one of them twice, and he wasn't injured. He rose and disappeared. These things are flying around. They got some hover shoes on. Their heads are long, they wear a mask, and their eyes are yellowish. They are experts at escaping. We want military support to protect us, as well as local and regional authorities. Peruvian UFOologist Anthony Choi claimed he had heard of accounts from across the Amazon about the so-called aliens. He stated he had heard there was a report from the city of Pacupa of 3 boys being attacked with laser beams. And he claimed there was a similar report from the town of Cantamana. But he speculated this may be a case of mass hysteria with real stories being embellished, which is true with everything. The fish was this big. He suggested reports of human traffickers may be becoming intertwined with folklore and reports of alien abductions. There are legends that speak of the so-called peelers, who are a kind of mythical character, he explained. So could this be a copycat? Or is this the real deal? That is what the communities constantly repeat. According to a 2017 national census, there are around 1,300 people who identify as being a member of the Kitu community. UFO talks of aliens have become increasingly mainstream after a high-profile hearing led by U.S. politicians in Washington. Yeah, they need Arnold. So that's the end of that one. Let's go to another video of some footage of one of these aliens. Well, you know what? I'm going to talk with the Congress here, the UFO hearing. Let's listen to that for a minute. Before we get into that, I got a Phil Schneider video I want to show you too, as well. But here are these guys
pursuant to
that
9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth?
These guys are the heroes now.
Truth, so help you God. Let the record show that all the witnesses.
What is going to be Phil Schneider's legacy?
Seated. We appreciate you all being here today and look forward to your testimony. I remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please try to limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it's on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, it will turn yellow, and the red light, when that comes on, it tells you your 5 minutes have expired. I'll now recognize Mr. Graves for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you. Chairman Grothman, Ranking Member Garcia, distinguished members of the House Oversight Subcommittee on National Security, Representative Burchett and Luna. My name is Ryan Fobbs Graves, and I am a former F-18 pilot with a decade of service in the U.S. Navy, including 2 deployments in Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Inherent Resolve. I have experienced advanced UAP firsthand, and I'm here to voice the concerns of more than 30 commercial aircrew and military veterans who have confided their similar encounters with me. Today, I would like to highlight 3 critical issues that demand our action. As we convene here, UAP are in our airspace, but they are grossly underreported. These sightings are not rare or isolated, they are routine. Military aircrew and commercial pilots, trained observers whose lives depend on accurate identification, are frequently witnessing these phenomena. The stigma attached to UAP is real and powerful and challenges national security. It silences commercial pilots who fear professional repercussions, discourages witnesses, and is only compounded by recent government claims questioning the credibility of eyewitness testimony. Parts of our government are aware of more about UAP than they let on, but excessive classification practices keep crucial information hidden. Since 2021, all UAP videos are classified as secret or above. This level of secrecy not only impedes our understanding, but fuels speculation and mistrust. In 2014, I was an F-18 Foxtrot pilot in the Navy Fighter Attack Squadron 11, the Red Rippers. And I was stationed at NAS Oceana in Virginia Beach. After upgrades were made to our jet's radar systems, we began detecting unknown objects operating in our airspace. At first, we assumed they were radar errors, but soon we began to correlate the radar tracks with multiple onboard sensors, including infrared systems, eventually through visual ID. During a training mission in Warning Area Whiskey 72, 10 miles off the coast of Virginia Beach, two F-18 Super Hornets were split by a UAP. The object, described as a dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere, came within 50 feet of the lead aircraft and was estimated to be 5 to 15 feet in diameter. The mission commander terminated the flight immediately and returned to base. Our squadron submitted a safety report, but there was no official acknowledgement of the incident and no further mechanism to report the sightings. Soon, these encounters became so frequent that aircrew would discuss the risk of UAP as part of their regular pre-flight briefs. Recognizing the need for action and answers, I founded Americans for Safe Aerospace. The organization has since become a haven for UAP witnesses who were previously unspoken due to the absence of a safe intake process. More than 30 witnesses have come forward, and almost 5,000 Americans have joined us in the fight for transparency at safeaerospace.org. The majority of witnesses are commercial pilots at major airlines. Often, they are veterans with decades of flying experience. Pilots are reporting UAP at altitudes that appear above them at 40,000 feet, potentially in low Earth orbit or in the gray zone below the Kármán line, making inexplainable maneuvers like right-hand turns and retrograde orbits or J-hooks. Sometimes these reports are reoccurring, with numerous recent sightings north of Hawaii and in the North Atlantic. Other veterans are also coming forward to us regarding UAP encounters in our airspace and oceans. The most compelling involve observations of UAP by multiple witnesses and sensor systems. I believe these accounts are only scratching the surface, and more will share their experiences once it is safe to do so. In closing, I recognize the skepticism surrounding this topic. If everyone could see the sensor and video data I witnessed, our national conversation would change. I urge us to put aside stigma and address the security and safety issue this topic represents. If UAP are foreign drones, it is an urgent national security problem. If it is something else, it is an issue for science. In either case, unidentified objects are concerned for flight safety. The American people deserve to know what is happening in our skies. It is long overdue. Thank you.
Mr. Grusch?
Mr. Chairman, ranking members and congressmen, thank you. I'm happy to be here. This is an important issue, and I'm grateful for your time.
You know, before Grusch gets in there, you know, Ryan Graves said a lot of good things there. I mean, in such a short time frame, like, you know, it's up to people in the military, like these guys, to, I mean, these guys could potentially get in trouble, and they start asking them questions like AOC Cortez, one of the she's famous representative. I don't know if she's representative or Senate. She's in Congress, I believe, but she starts asking them questions later, and Mr. Grusch right here just keeps saying, you know, I can't speak about that, but yet he's coming forward and acknowledging that all three of these men are coming and acknowledging that yes, this stuff exists, but yet they can't name names. And the slippery slope here and the danger that these men are putting themselves in, like the Phil Schneider video that I'm going to show later, you know, that this man was trying to do what these men are doing back in 1995. And many people say that he was murdered, multiple attempts on his life. But the power of the smartphone and everybody having communication, that it's hard to get, it's more difficult to keep the wool over our eyes or whatever, to keep lying to everybody. You know, and the more people that come forward, specifically people in the military. So this is very important, and what Ryan Graves said is that more and more people need to come forward. But sadly, they don't want to mess up their bag. You know, they don't want to mess up their career, or, possibly their life. So this is big.
My name is David Charles Grusch. I was an intelligence officer for 14 years, both in the U.S. Air Force, both active duty, Air National Guard, and Reserve, at the rank of major, and most recently from 2021 to 2023, at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA, at the GS-15 civilian level, which is the military equivalent of a full bird colonel. I was my agency's co-lead in unidentified anomalous phenomena and transmedium object analysis, as well as reporting to the UAP task force, UAPTF, and eventually, once it was established, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, ARROW. I became a whistleblower through a PPD-19 urgent concern filing in May 2022 with the Intelligence Community Inspector General. Following concerning reports from multiple esteemed and credentialed current and former military and intelligence community individuals that the U.S. government is operating with secrecy above congressional oversight with regards to UAPs. My testimony is based on information I've been given by individuals with a long-standing track record of legitimacy and service to this country, many of whom also have shared compelling evidence in the form of photography, official documentation, and classified oral testimony to myself and my various colleagues. I have taken every step I can to corroborate this evidence over a period of 4 years while I was with the UAP Task Force and do my due diligence on the individual sharing it. This is because of these steps, I believe strongly in the importance of bringing this information before you. I am driven by a commitment of both to truth and transparency, rooted in our inherent duty to uphold the United States Constitution and protect the American people. I'm asking Congress to hold our government to this standard and thoroughly investigate these claims. But as I stand here under oath now, I am speaking to the facts as I've been told them. In the U.S. Air Force, in my National Reconnaissance Office, NRO, reservist capacity, I was a member of the UAP Task Force from 2019 to 2021. I served at the NRO Operations Center on the Director's Briefing Staff, which included the coordination of the Presidential Daily Brief and supporting a variety of contingency operations, which I was the Reserve Intelligence Division Chief backup. In 2019, the UAP Task Force Director asked me to identify all special access programs and controlled access programs, also known as SAPs and CAPs, we needed to satisfy our congressionally mandated mission, and we were direct report at the time to the DepSecDef. At the time, due to my extensive executive level intelligence support duties, I was cleared to literally all relevant compartments and in a position of extreme trust, both in my military and civilian capacities. I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program.
Wow.
To which I was denied access to those additional read-ons when I requested it. I made the decision, based on the data I collected, to report this information to my superiors and multiple inspectors general, and in effect becoming a whistleblower. As you know, I've suffered retaliation for my decision, but I am hopeful that my actions will ultimately lead to a positive outcome of increased transparency. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. Commander Fravor?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Congressman, Congresswoman. I want to first thank you for the invitation to speak to the committee on the UAP topic that's been in the news for the past 6 years and seems to be continuing to gain momentum. As you know, my name is David Fravor. I'm a retired commander in the United States Navy. In 2004, I was a commanding officer of Strike Fighter Squadron 41, the world-famous Black Aces. We were attached to Carrier Wing 11, stationed on board the USS Nimitz, and had begun a 2-month workup cycle off the coast of California. On this day, we were scheduled for a 2v2 air-to-air training with the USS Princeton as our control. When we launched off Nimitz, my wingman was joining up. We were told that the training was going to be suspended and we were going to proceed with real-world tasking. As we proceeded to the west, the air controller was counting down the range to an object that we were going to, and we were unaware of what we were going to see when we arrived. The controller told us that these objects had been observed for over 2 weeks, coming down from over 80,000 feet, rapidly descending to 20,000 feet, hanging out for hours, and then going straight back up. For those who don't realize, above 80,000 feet is space. We arrived at the location at approximately 20,000 feet, and the controller called merge plot, which means that our radar blip was now in the same resolution cell as the contact. As we looked around, we noticed that we saw some whitewater off our right side. It's important to note that the weather on this day was as close to perfect as you could ask for off the coast of San Diego. Clear skies, light winds, calm seas, no whitecaps from waves. So the whitewater stood out in a large blue ocean. All four of us, because we were in F-18Fs, so we had pilots and Wizzo in the back seat, looked down and saw a white tic-tac object with a longitudinal axis pointing north-south and moving very abruptly over the water like a ping-pong ball. There were no rotors, no rotor wash, or any sign of visible control surfaces like wings. As we started clockwise towards the object, my Wizzo and I decided to go down and take a closer look with the other aircraft staying in high cover to observe both us and the tic-tac. We proceeded around the circle about 90 degrees from the start of our descent, and the object suddenly shifted its longitudinal axis, aligned it with my aircraft, and began to climb. We continued down another 270 degrees, nose low, where the tic-tac, or we considered 270 degrees to where, and we went nose low to where the tic-tac would have been. Our altitude at this point was about 15,000 feet, and the tic-tac was about 12,000. As we pulled nose onto the object, within about a half mile of it, it rapidly accelerated in front of us and disappeared. Our wingmen, roughly 8,000 feet above us, lost contact also. We immediately turned back to see where the whitewater was at, and it was gone also. So as we started to turn back towards the east, the controller came up and said, "Sir, you're not going to believe this, but that thing is at your cap point, roughly 60 miles away in less than a minute. You can calculate the speed." We returned to Nimitz. We were taking off our gear. We were talking to one of my crews that was getting ready to launch. We mentioned it to him, and they went out and luckily got the video that you see, that 90-second video. What you don't see is the radar tape that was never released, and we don't know where it's at, of the active jamming that the object put on an APG-73 radar, and I can get into modes later if you're interested. What is shocking to us is that the incident was never investigated. None of my crew were ever questioned. Tapes were never taken, and after a couple days, it turned into a great story with friends. It wasn't until 2009 until Jay Stratton had contacted me to investigate.
I just want to say something about that. The Tic Tac, I've heard stories from a lot of people that, including Stephen Greer, he just released a documentary called The Lost Century, that it's available for free on YouTube. You can find it. That I should do a video on that, on Stephen Greer. But he, and along with a lot of other people that I've read about and listened to, that they've said that a lot of these UAPs, this Tic Tac, this might not be alien technology. Now, it could have been based on alien technology that our government has found, our government or international governments have found throughout the decades, but that most likely these UAPs, the Tic Tac that he's referring to, was man-made. Lockheed Martin, Skunk Works in California, that there are billionaires, trillionaires, an international group that has a blank check to basically create any type of machine that they want, that they are not affiliated with a specific government, and that you see these UAPs and these UFOs sightings, that the majority of the time, yes, they are technically UFOs or UAPs, but they're man-made. But they're not. It's technology that is weapons and flying crafts that have been manufactured by an international organization that does potentially pose a threat to the United States, like Ryan Graves was saying. But, you know, who are they? And so that brings a different, you know, as far as like national security. At the same time, though, they are admitting that the government has UFO, that they have reverse engineered and made their own UFOs, or made their own with new energy components that would eradicate our fossil fuels, and that the oil industry still has their hooks, has their fangs in our government and the world. And if there is technology that to where the world can have cheap fuel and energy that would, you know, put it into their payday, and they're not going to be so willing to do that.
He was part of the ATIP program in the Pentagon led by Lou Elizondo. And there was an unofficial official report that came out that's now on the internet. Years later, I was contacted by the other pilot, Alex Dietrich, and asked if I'd been contacted, and I said no, but I'm willing to talk. I was contacted by Mr. Elizondo, and we talked for a short period of time, and he said we'd be in contact. A few weeks after that, I was made aware that Lou had left the Pentagon in protest and joined forces with Tom DeLonge, Chris Mellon, Steve Justice, and others to form Two Stars Academy, an organization that pressed the issue with leading industry experts and U.S. government officials. They worked with Leslie Keane, who is present today, Ralph Blumenthal, and Helene Cooper to publish the articles in the New York Times 2017 New York Times, and it removed the stigma on the topic of UFOs, which is why we're here today. Those articles open the door for the government and public that cannot be closed. It has led to an interest from our elected officials who are not focused on little green men, but figuring out where these craft are, where they're from, the technology they possess, how do they operate. It also led to the Whistleblower Protection Act and the NDAA. There are multiple witnesses coming forward to say that have firsthand knowledge, and Mr. Grusch just covered that. What concerns me is that there's no oversight from our elected officials on anything associated with our government processing or working on craft. Believe it not, from this world. This issue is not a full public disclosure that could undermine national security, but it is about ensuring that our system of checks and balances works across all work done in the government using taxpayer funds. Relative to government programs, even unacknowledged WAVE programs have some level of oversight by the appropriate committee members in the House and Senate, and this work that is said to be occurring from whistleblower testimonies should not be exempt. In closing, I would like to say that the Tic Tac object we engaged in 2004 was far superior to anything that we had on time, have today, or are looking to develop in the next 10 years. If we in fact have programs that possess this technology, it needs to have oversight from those people that the citizens of this great country elected in office to represent what is best for the United States and best for the citizens. I thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know it's very difficult for all of you, all you've done in the past to try to illuminate this issue. Call on myself first for some questions. I'm going to start with Mr. Graves. Are pilots that you interact with as part of your organization, do you feel adequately trained and briefed on how to handle encounters with UAPs?
No. Right now, military witnesses to UAP have limited options for reporting UAP, but more concerning is that commercial aviation sector has not adapted to the lessons that the military has implemented. The military and Department of Defense has stated that UAP represent a critical aviation safety risk. We have not seen that same language being used in the commercial markets. They are not acknowledging this risk.
Okay. What steps do you think you have to be taken to improve a pilot's UAP reporting, be it military or commercial?
Right now, we need a system where pilots can report without fear of losing their jobs. There is a fear that the stigma associated with this topic is going to lead to professional repercussions, either through management or perhaps through their yearly physical check. So having a secure system, reducing the stigma, and making this information available through the public is going to reduce the concerns that aircrew have.
Could you just give me a little idea of the degree to which reports in the past are not made public right now?
Well, I don't think there has been a proper reporting system to gather those reports and thus not report them. So to answer your question, I think there is a dearth of data due to the fact that the reporting has been limited up to this time.
Could you tell me why you believe it's, kind of to play the devil's advocate, a reason why some of this stuff should not be available to the public?
There's certainly some national security concerns when we use our advanced sensors in our tactical jets to be able to identify these objects. However, there's no reason that the objects themselves would be classified. I would be curious to see how the security classification guideline actually spells out the different nuances of how this topic is classified from the perspective of UAP, not national security.
I'll give you a follow-up on that. Assuming that there are reasons why not all this should be made public, this has been around for a long period of time. Can any of the three of you think of any reason why anything related to UAPs, say 15 years and back, should not be immediately made public?
I think one of it is acknowledging a vulnerability, both from a collection and I'll just say a countermeasure perspective. So it's
We'll always say
not we haven't cracked for many years. Yeah.
even say 20 years back. Is there any reason why when you go back that far things shouldn't be made public?
Unless it shows a specific national security vulnerability as it relates to a weakness in a particular defense system.
Oh, okay, Mr. Fravor, the TikTok incident that you were engaged occurred in 2004. What kind of reporting took place after that incident?
None. We had a
I really wish Grusch would have put it all out there. He and he does that for the entire. And I've watched the majority of it. That he dodges these questions like a politician. He doesn't come out and just say it. He doesn't come out and just put people on blast, put people on notice. And, he's trying to play the long game, and I get it. I wish there was somebody out there in the military that has top secret clearance security that just puts it all out there. But this is a start.
standard debrief where the backseaters went down to our carrier intel center and briefed what had happened, and that was it. No one else talked to us, and I was in the top 20 in the battle group. No one came. The captain was aware, the admiral was aware, nothing was done.
Did your commanding officers provide any sort of justification?
No, because I was the commanding officer of the squadron, so no.
Was this incident the only UAP event that you encountered while you were a pilot?
Yes, it was.
Okay. This is for any one of you. Based off of each of your experiences and observations, do you believe UAPs pose a potential threat to our national security?
Yes, and here's why. The technology that we faced was far superior than anything that we had, and you could put that anywhere. If you had one, you captured one, you reverse engineered it, you got it to work, you're talking something that can go into space, go someplace, drop down in a matter of seconds, do whatever it wants, and leave, and there's nothing we can do about it. Nothing.
Okay. You two?
Well, I would also like to add, from a commercial aviation and military aviation perspective, we deal with uncertainty in our operating space as a matter of our professional actions. Identifying friend from foe is very important to us. And so when we have unidentified targets and we continue to ignore those due to a stigma or a fear of what it could be, that's an opening that our adversaries can take advantage of.
What steps should be taken to better understand and respond to UAP encounters in the interest of national security?
There needs to be...
You, Inspector General, you claim that you believe information is being hidden. What kind of information do you think was hidden, and do you think it should remain hidden?
Yes, I can speak to that very briefly in an unclassified manner. As you know, the preponderance of my complaint was classified to the intelligence communities. Both material acquisition and exploitation activity, also baselining the UAPs but not sharing it with intelligence professionals that are actually doing step briefs to pilots, that kind of information. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now we'll go to Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. Again, thank you all for your service and for testifying today. Want to just talk about UAPs as it relates to what we're seeing in pilots' interaction with UAPs. Particularly, Mr. Graves, one of the, I think, concerns for members of this committee is this idea that pilots, there's no system to actually report UAPs and the stigma around pilots. And so can you just briefly, you mentioned that you're working with 30 pilots right now that have had encounters with UAPs, but you've also, I believe, discussed and know of many more pilots. This is just those that you're currently working with. Is that correct? Can you expand on that?
Certainly. I'll break that down in two ways. First, when we were first experiencing these objects off the eastern seaboard in the 2014 to 2015 time period, anyone that had upgraded their radar systems were seeing these objects. So there was a large number of my colleagues that were detecting these objects off the eastern seaboard. They were further correlating that information with their other onboard sensors, and many of them also had their own eye sightings as well of these objects. Now, that was our personal first-hand experience at the time. Since then, as I've engaged this topic, others have reached out to me to share their experiences, both on the military side as well as the commercial aviation side. On the military aviation side, veterans that have recently got out have shared their stories and have expressed how the objects we were seeing in 2014, 2015 continued all the way to 2019, 2020, and beyond. And so it became a generational issue for naval aviators on the eastern seaboard. This was something we were briefing to new students. This is something that was included in the notice to airmen to ensure that there was no accidents. And now with commercial aviators, they are reaching out because they're having somewhat similar experiences as our military brothers and sisters, but they do not have any reporting system that they can send this to.
And let me just add, both to Mr. Fravor as well as Mr. Graves, not having this system for reporting, would you both agree that it's harmful to not just our national security interests, but to understand this phenomenon of what's happening with UAPs?
I think it's actually a travesty that we don't have a system to correlate this and actually investigate. You know, so if you took the East Coast, you know, there's coastal radars out there that monitor our air defense identification zone, so out to 200 miles. They can track these, you know, so when you see them, they could actually go and pull that data and get maneuvering. And instead of just having the airplanes, there's other data sources out there. And I've talked to other government officials on this. So you need a centrally located repository that these reports go to. So if you just stuck it in DOD, you wouldn't get anything out of the Intelligence Committee because they have a tendency not to talk. But if you had a central location where these reports would come in, not just military, but also commercial aviation, because there's a lot of that going on, especially if you talk to anyone that flies from here to Hawaii, over the Pacific, they see odd lights. So I think you need to develop something that allows you a central point to collect the data in order to investigate.
Mr. Graves?
Before Mr. Graves responds, I'd like to respond real quick. If you notice that these congressmen are trying to build a case against the military, and so what they're doing is that they're asking in all of these questions, basically wanting a yes response, saying, yes, we need more information. We deserve to have clearance to all of this top secret information. And it's crazy that the Congress doesn't have access to the military. Like, the military is supposed to work for us, not the other way around. You know, more than 50% of, you know, like a pie chart, you know, you cut that in half of all the money that's spent, all our taxpayers' money, more than half of that goes to the military. And we don't have a say in how they spend it. And we don't know what they're spending it on, or what all the technologies that they're, you know, hiding from the public. For instance, the technology that the military has is about 40 to 50 years more advanced than what the public has access to, which goes to these UAPs, UFOs, better energy sources, you know. But here's an example. The public did not get access to cell phones, cellular telephones, until, I believe, 1985 was the year the first cell phone was released to the public, where the civilians could purchase cellular telephones. Well, the military had cell phones and briefcase phones in the 1940s in World War II. So that's 40 years of technology that the military had access to that they did not release that wasn't available to the public until the 80s, 1980s. And so we're seeing that this UFO technology and all these energy sources to basically help the people, help change the world. I mean, the military works for us. You know, the presidents don't even really have access to these things. You know, Bill Clinton, you know, famously in his speech pounded on the desk, you know, if we have, you know, I want to know about UFOs and the aliens. And sadly, the president is just a temporary employee, Republican or Democrat. I mean, they're basically a puppet to achieve an agenda for the military. And this goes, and the CIA. I mean, and this is proof that there is a shadow government. Because Congress doesn't even have access. These guys testifying, Graves, Grusch, Fravor, they don't have access. I mean, they've seen a little bit, firsthand. But as far as access, top secret, they don't have access to that. And neither does Congress. And so what this hearing really is them to get them to say, oh, don't you think it's in our interest for us to have knowledge about this? Yes, it is. But it's just insane that they don't have access to this. That the military basically has 100 years of technology and secrets that are not available to our congressmen and senators, and the president even.
I would concur with everything Mr. Fravor said. I'll continue to say that the commercial pilots that have reached out to me through Americans for Safe Aerospace are doing so because they don't feel there's another way for them to report this safety issue.
And I think one of the clear outcomes of this hearing already is that there has to be a safe and transparent reporting process for pilots, both on the commercial side and the military side, to be able to report UAPs in a way that's also transparent, but also understands the scope of our national security interests and what may be classified or not. But I think there has to be some sort of system, and so that's something that I hope can be an outcome that this committee can work on. Is there anything else for just?
Yeah, that's another thing. And Graves basically did the same thing, and that I'm glad that they're doing this. I know it's brave of them that they are coming forward and at least talking about it. But at the same time, it's like not going all out and putting it all out there. And eventually, we're going to have somebody like a Phil Schneider, a modern day Phil Schneider, that's just going to put it all out there. Phil Schneider, in 1995, there were no cell phones, no internet really to where you could, Phil Schneider had access to live stream. He'd be the most famous person in the world. I mean, that technology, that form of communication didn't exist. But I really wish that these guys would, they're scared. They're scared for their lives, really. They're not going to come out and say, hey, we're afraid that, our bosses are going to kill us. And, I mean, that's real talk. I mean, they don't want to get killed over this. They're just trying to build this case. They're trying to make this case for them. But it's just mind-boggling that Congress doesn't have access to this already. But the military, they just look at it as, hey, y'all are just temporary employees. We're here for the long haul. And what are you going to do about it?
For the two of you, briefly, beyond this reporting system, that you think that we can do as a government to encourage and facilitate more civilian reporting?
We're doing it right now.
Okay, great.
I think this hearing is going to show the American people that their government takes this topic seriously.
And how about civilians that may not be pilots? What kind of process could be in place for civilians who are not pilots, who may have UAP encounters? Do either of you have any suggestions that could facilitate that?
My recommendations would be to make that a sensor-centric operation in order to make it as objective as possible.
Okay. Sir, Mr. Fravor?
No, I agree with Mr. Graves on that.
Okay. Just briefly, I also just want to note, particularly for the two pilots, and I have a question for Mr. Grusch. One of the things that I found fascinating in our discussion, Mr. Graves, last night as well, is that you both described UAPs and formations and the way they are observed in space or in our air, and the way that they move is essentially ways in which current technology or aircraft that we know of are unable to actually function or move. And so will you just, for the public record, again, once again, just briefly just either describe or note that aircraft that are being witnessed, particularly by the 30 folks that you're working with, are essentially outside the scope of anything that we know of today and the technology we have today. Mr. Graves, Mr. Fravor?
Yes, the objects that are being seen by commercial pilots are performing maneuvers that are unexplainable due to our current understanding of our technology and our capabilities as a country. And that applies for the military as well.
Mr. Fravor?
Yeah, I concur with that. We have nothing that can stop in midair and go the other direction, nor do we have anything that can, like in our situation, come down from space, hang out for 3 hours, and go back up.
Thank you. My last question, and sometimes I know that you have also said some of these answers in the past, but we're trying to get them on the public record as well, which is really important. Mr. Grusch, finally, do you believe that our government is in possession of UAPs?
Absolutely, based on interviewing over 40 witnesses over 4 years.
And where?
I know the exact locations, and those locations were provided to the Inspector General and some of which to the intelligence committees. I actually had the people with the firsthand knowledge.
This is what he does. Okay, you know what? How come you can't just say that to us? How come you can't say that?
Provide a protected disclosure to the Inspector General.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I would just say that I think that these questions are important questions, and I look forward to being involved in the process to get those answered. I know there'll be a lot of questions from other committee members, so I yield back.
Thank you. We'll go to Mr. Burchett himself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. I would like to have you on my legislation to do just that on the reporting, and we'll get together on that. Maybe you can be my co-sponsor on that. That'd be really cool. Thank you for those great questions.
This Mr. Burchett is funny.
Mr. Graves, again, I'd like to know, how do you know that these were not our aircraft?
Some of the behaviors that we saw in a working area, we would see these objects being at 0.0 Mach, that's 0 airspeed, over certain pieces of the ground. So what that means, just like a river, if you throw a bobber in, it's going to float downstream. These objects were staying completely stationary in Category 4 hurricane winds. These same objects would then accelerate to supersonic speeds, 1.1, 1.2 Mach, and they would do so in very erratic and quick behaviors that I don't have an explanation for.
Okay. Have you spoken to commercial and military pilots that have seen these off of our East Coast?
I have.
Okay. Mr. Fravor, I noticed that in the Tic Tac video, it's Tic Tac like the candy, not TikTok like the Chinese Communist app.
That's right.
Yes, sir. I just want to make that because my daughter corrected me on that and called me a boomer and said, "Hey, boomer," and I said, "No, baby, it's Tic Tac like the candy. You're gonna have to look it up." And but now I would also like to say today is a day of many firsts. It's
Called him a boomer.
Miracle that we're having this meeting, and it's also a miracle that my wife has put up with me for 9 years today. Today is my anniversary, so I want to tell my wife happy anniversary and that I love her very much. As she likes to say, this 9 years have been the best 2 years of her life. So, thank you. Mr. Fravor, what astonished you the most about the flight capabilities of these Tic Tac, very briefly?
The performance. Absolute performance. It was.
And you're not aware of any other objects that anybody in the world has, in this world, that has those capabilities?
No, I think it's far beyond actually our material science that we currently possess.
Are you aware of any other reconnaissance platforms that have tracked or recorded the Tic Tac's maneuvers, maybe the NORAD system or any of the others?
I am not.
Okay. Mr. Grusch, thank you for being here, brother. Thank you all very much. Have you faced any retaliation or reprisals for any of your testimony or anything on these lines?
Yeah, I have to be careful what I say in detail because there is an open whistleblower reprisal investigation on my behalf, and I don't want to compromise that investigation by providing anything that may help provide somebody information. But it was very brutal and very unfortunate, some of the tactics they used to hurt me both professionally and personally, to be quite frank. Yeah.
It's very unfortunate, as they say, when you're over the target, that's when they do the most firing at you. Do you have any personal knowledge?
Well, the thing is, if they're already coming after you personally and professionally, what do you got to lose, man? I mean, besides your life, I get it. I mean, look at Phil Schneider. But man, we need somebody who's just going to put it out there, put them on blast. Put it all out there on the table. It's like, why are you so hesitant? I mean, eventually we're going to need somebody that's going to do that. But this is a start. This is a good start.
Knowledge of people have been harmed or injured in efforts to cover up or conceal these extraterrestrial technology?
Yes. Personally.
Have anyone been murdered that you would think, that you know of or have heard of, I guess?
I have to be careful asking that question. I directed people with that knowledge to the appropriate authorities.
Maybe in a, if we could get in a confidential area, SCIF, we could talk about that. But unfortunately, we were denied access to the SCIF, and that's very unfortunate in this scenario. Mr. Fravor, do you believe that you witnessed an additional object under the water in relation to your encounter?
I will say we did not see an object. There was something there to cause the whitewater, and when we turned around, it was gone. So there was something there that obviously moved.
Okay, it was not the same object though that you were looking at, correct?
No, we actually joked that the Tic Tac was communicating with something when we came back, and because the whitewater disappeared.
We were in another instance, we're told about the capabilities of a jamming during viewing of when there were some people chasing some of these objects. Did you experience any of that jamming or interrupting your radar or weapons system?
My crew that launched after we landed experienced significant jamming to the APG-73 radar, which was what we had on board, which is a mechanically scanned, very high-end system prior to the APG-79. And yes, it did pretty much everything you could do: range, velocity, aspect, and then it spit the lock, and the targeting pod is passive. That's what we were able to get the video on.
I'm about to run out of time, but are you aware of any of our enemies that have that capability?
No.
Okay, I would also like to note for the record that, like George Knapp, breaking Area 51, he's the reason I knew about that, and the reason I know about the Tic Tacs is Leslie Keene from New York Times article, and I would encourage everybody to read that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back to you for no time.
Very good. Mr. Raskin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Graves, you reported UAP encounters during training flights, I think, and have since come forward to warn the Pentagon that these encounters may be putting pilots at risk. My first question is, you've identified these as taking place on the East Coast. Is it just on the East Coast where these encounters have been reported?
No. Since the events initially occurred, I've learned that the objects have been detected essentially where all operations, Navy operations, are being conducted across the world. And that's from the Ultimate Anomaly Resolutions Office reporting.
All right, can you describe your experience after you decided to come forward and
Man, people in the
go public with?
people in the chat are saying this dude's a crook.
Certainly. Like many others, in 2017, I saw the New York Times article come out as well. And for me, it was special because I recognized voices on the video. I recognized the video itself. I had seen it when it was taken. I'd seen it when it was debriefed. And so that was kind of shook me because I realized that this problem was still ongoing. And so I reached out to colleagues back on the East Coast and realized that this was still a safety risk that they were dealing with, that they had essentially hit a wall with how they could move forward on this conversation. It was at that point when I decided to try to move the conversation forward myself.
Are there common characteristics to the UAPs that have been cited by different pilots, and can you describe what the convergence of descriptions is?
Certainly. We were primarily seeing dark gray or black cubes inside of a clear sphere.
I'm sorry, dark gray or black cubes?
Yes,
Yeah.
inside of a clear sphere, where the apex or tips of the cube were touching the inside of that sphere. And that was primarily what was being reported when we were able to gain a visual tally of these objects. And that occurred over almost 8 years. And as far as I know, it's still occurring.
So I take it that you're arguing what we need is real transparency in a reporting system so we can get some clarity on what's going on out there, because there are many pilots in your situation, but we should have a way of developing a systematic inventory of all of such encounters. Is that right?
Yes, and I think we need both transparency and the reporting. We have the reporting, but we need to make sure that information can be promulgated to commercial aviation as well as the rest of the populace.
Mr. Grusch, what about you? What was your experience after you came forward?
Well, it's only been about 2 months or so, so I guess my experience has been overwhelming support from former colleagues of mine that have privately messaged me, and I do appreciate that. But I do have knowledge of active planned reprisal activity against myself and other colleagues, and it's very, very upsetting to me.
Coming from where?
Certain senior leadership at previous agencies I was associated with. And that's all I'll say publicly, but I can provide more details in a closed environment.
Okay. Well, I hope you understand that there would be bipartisan rejection of any attempt to vilify, demonize, or engage in other reprisals against our witnesses and people who are telling the truth from their perspective.
Yeah, there were certain colleagues of mine that were brutally administratively attacked, and it actually makes me very upset as a leader to see that happen to other coworkers and actually superiors of mine over the last 3 years.
How do you account for that response? That seems like a bizarre response.
I call it administrative terrorism. That's their quiver, their tool in the toolbox to silence people, especially the career government service cares about their career, cares about their clearance, their reputation to climb the ladder. And when you threaten that career path, a lot of people back off. But I'm here to represent those people. So.
Mr. Fravor, what about you?
He's here to represent them, and I hope everything comes to light. But what better way could you represent them than just putting it all out there and just blast all these people, man? Figuratively. They're dancing around. I mean, Graves and Fravor, they tell what they know, but Grusch, he's constantly saying, well, I'll tell you, behind closed doors, but I won't say it publicly. Well, that's the problem that we have to begin with, is that it's not going out to the public. Congress, Senate, President, the military, y'all work for the people. But let's get to. It's a little frustrating. I'm glad this is happening. I mean, he's getting the ball rolling, and hopefully we start seeing some real progress real soon. Because he's talking about, oh yeah, I'll tell you behind closed doors, but then, it's like, that's the problem that we've had for the last 80 years since Roswell. That the public doesn't know because people in power are talking behind closed doors and we're left in the dark. So I don't like to hear that. And this is, dang near 3 hours long, and it's basically, and I've already watched it all already, and it's basically him dodging questions, saying, well, I'll tell you in private. Well, are we going to hear that ever? So I'm skeptical about that. I hope we do hear it. I hope it is come to light here. But there's a guy here that really, Phil Schneider, if you haven't heard of him, it's this man right here. Let's see. And this is, early 90s, so bear with me here. VHS, that, 280? 480, less than 480.
I believe his murderer is still out there at large.
Why is it you're speaking out?
There have been enough lives taken under the premise of suicide when they were actually very stable individuals. They had families and they had lives to look forward to, and they had every reason to live. And if there is some form of conspiracy out there, then the more people that are talking might end up saving lives in the long run.
And so he's talking. He's talking about people in the military, and this is why Graves, Grusch, Fravor. I mean, I understand why Grusch is dodging all these questions, saying, I can't tell you that, because this is Phil Schneider. He was a geologist, an engineer for the United States government back in the 70s and 80s. He was involved with drilling, mining out underground, constructing government bases, claims to have come in contact with alien grays. And he's talking here about people in the military who have come forward and have tried to say things, and then they commit suicide. Something happens to them. And we've all heard stories about that. And it's why Grusch is saying, "Oh, I can't say that." It's like I'm coming forward saying that the military is keeping things from us pertaining to UFOs and aliens, but yet, even though if I know I can't say, it's like they gave him an ultimatum, like, okay, yeah, we'll let you to go on TV, but you can't say anything. And the thing is, will the public, all that information that he reveals to the congressmen and women, is the public going to ever find out about it? Will the public ever know the truth? Y'all work for us.
The great 1954 treaty had been violated. After the great firefight, the alien-human war, I am the only living survivor talking about it worldwide at all. Only one. The other two are in nursing homes in Canada, and the Canadian government refuses to allow any U.S. people, including myself, to talk to them because they are afraid of kidnap. Probably the reason I got shot to pieces and 11 attempts on my life is I am a...
The late Phil Schneider, a retired by his choice government geologist, talks about his days building deep underground bases for the government, over 131 in the USA, 1 mile or more down, the involvement with alien technology, samples of elements to up to atomic 140 are shown. The advanced stealth technology involves the use of alien metals. This video, made in Denver in November 1995, was lost until late August 1996 when it was recovered. This is the last known video made of Phil Schneider while he was still alive. He was terminated on or about 11 January 1996, surviving is his former wife Cynthia Dreyer Schneider and his 8-year-old daughter. May his message travel far to alert all Americans of all the terrible dangers facing all of us.
It's my honor to introduce the next speaker.
I met Phil over the telephone approximately 3 years ago, and in person about 2 years ago. And during that period of time, I became very well acquainted with him. He was, at that time, still working for the government, and he didn't say much about what he did. But nonetheless, over a period of time, I became well acquainted with him. I found him to be a person of integrity and honesty. And about 1 year ago, he became totally fed up with the New World Order and the establishment. He thought he was working for the betterment of mankind and the work that he was doing as a geologist for our government as well as for NATO. And he found out that it could be and was actually anything but that. So his revelations became, in many respects, my revelations. And I urged him last winter and spring to go public and lecture. Finally got him out. He's given over 30 lectures to date, all very successful, very interesting. In fact, so successful there have been 13 attempts on his life since the beginning of the year, and he survived them all. All I can say is God must be protecting him because he has a message. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Mr. Phil Schneider, and understand also everything is being recorded and the video and audio tapes will be available later. Please give a warm welcome to Phil Schneider.
Thanks, Al. I guess I can always start off by saying loose lips sink ships. That's almost a pun anymore. I'm Phil Schneider. I worked 17 years for the United States government as a geologist and aerospace engineer as well as a structural engineer. I worked for such elusive occupations with Morrison Knudsen, Bechtel, Page & Page, Aerospatiale of France, and a host of other, EG&G and a host of other, Los Alamos Laboratory and these kind of things. But rather than bore you with all those statistics, I've got cooked up a real mixed bag here of different topics, and it's might be a little bit like brain overload, but I'll start from the beginning. Now, like I said, I worked 17 years, co-invented methods of shape charge blasting as well as laser rock deflagration, which means rock is literally melted or powdered by a special laser combination, and the residue of the rock underneath is applied as a coating, as a liquid coating, kind of like instant agate, if you could imagine a hunk of agate, which is a hard silica mineral, rock actually. But up here we have another topic. This is an area to where I worked. I worked 11 years of the 17 years at Groom Lake, S4, S2. It's in the Nellis Air Force Base area. In fact, Groom Lake is, I'll show you in the picture right here. It's right here. Groom Lake is quite the place. A lot of rumors and other kinds of things have come out of there. Of course, people have stood on the outside for years and wondered at what's been flying there. There's all kinds of things been flying. Let me give you a brief overview. Start in ancient history land here. Back in 1909, the U.S. cavalry was engaged in catching some banditos that had crossed over the Mexican border into a place called Truth or Consequences, New Mexico. And they went into a cave or a hideout and killed the so-called bandits, but what they found out they couldn't explain, and they were called horseshoe craft at that time, or horseshoe ships. There were UFOs, and they saw these, what they called demons, gray demons, little gray guys all around the place. That was in 1909. Now in 1933, our government was actively engaged with the Europeans, mostly the French and the English, in special researches dealing with aerial phenomenon, And once again, the term flying saucer or flying disc didn't come about until much later, supposedly right around the mid-1940s. Anyway, the whole thing here is that also in 1946, I might want to add, we were engaged in atomic bomb testing and this kind of a like, and of course the area of Bikini Atoll. Some of the pictures are over here on the white board, showing with the actual language of both the U.S. Army and U.S. Navy archives. Anyway, these flying ships were seen as early as 1945, 46.
90s tracking. I don't see that much anymore on the VCR.
Maybe as early as 1935 or 36 by our U.S. Navy. And there was a shallow underwater base at Bikini Island, and that was probably the one reason why a number of atomic bombs were exploded in that area rather than other areas which they could have been even more remote out in the South Pacific at Operation Crossroads. Well, anyway,
wow,
this all led up to
that's interesting. The Oppenheimer movie, he's talking about, before Roswell, that they decided to try to detonate these atomic bombs. That wasn't in Oppenheimer. They let that part out, if that's true, Phil. That they decided to test the first atomic bombs on an area where they knew that there was an alien base. That's interesting. I've watched this before, but I have I didn't catch that part, or it didn't register. And I just saw Oppenheimer recently. It hits different. That hits different what he just said, since I just watched that movie.
Later on, about 6-8 years later, 1954, during the Eisenhower administration, led to a interesting treaty called the Greada 1954 Treaty. It was the Alien-Human Treaty. And supposedly the aliens had come in and exchanged technology, and they'd want to take an occasional human being and a few head of cows, and accurate books were supposedly to be kept, and all this kind of stuff. And of course, eventually all that broke down, and aliens are notorious for being liars, even greater liars than so-called, in quote, we humans are. So alien treaties are often just not even the pieces of paper they're written on. They're just really kind of worthless. Anyway.
Well, just to say, just to be fair, that basically American treaties are about as worthless too. Just ask the Native Americans. Go to the Native American Museum, the Smithsonian in D.C.
My work as a geologist in building underground military bases, some of which are over 2 miles underground. And I think when you listen to Al tonight, if you have a chance to listen to him, he will speak of, Al's actually been on some of the high-speed monorail subway cars, if you might want to call them, that link these bases together. Some of them are capable of riding on a cushion of air about 3/4 of an inch off a rail at a better part of Mach 2. And he's actually been on one of these trains. I've only been in one of the tunnels and helped build some of the tunnels. Incidentally, I helped work on 13 deep underground military bases. Had hands-on experience. Notorious was the one in and around the Dulce, the southeastern and southwestern sides of Dulce, New Mexico, in the Los Alamos laboratory regions, where we built some hermetically sealed rooms that were very deep, going down over a mile. We also built additions onto Groom Lake and S2 and S4 complexes. There are a total of 9 underground. They're called DUMBs. Like, you can learn a lot from this dummy, but DUMB stands for Deep Underground Military Base, and or a deep underground DUM2, for instance, is a submarine base, and I have built a few of those too, which are off our continental shelves and then certain islands and out in the Atlantic and the Pacific in strategic locations. All this, I can hardly, in an hour's time, I can hardly squeeze all this in. So I'll be kind of rambling here if you just bear with me. The main topic of my discussion here is to link up basically what's going on with these deep underground military bases, what they're being used for, what is the present situation now being employed both by our federal government, which is slowly being phased out by the United Nations government, as well as the New World, end quote, the New World Order, which is an even higher entity, and who these...
Lennon just wanted to piggyback on there, just kind of popped into my head. So two, going back to the UAPs from the 2023 Congress session, UFO hearing, he calls it the New World Order, but I guess that's still what it is. It's an international conglomerate of billionaires who have higher technological aircrafts than we do, that they're not technically affiliated with any government, but yet they're every government, because the people who are involved it's international. And then also, he's talking about the underground bases for the aliens and for the government, because that's how they come in contact with the aliens underground. So possibly, could there be an alien base in Peru, which is why that they're getting all of these attacks. It's been all over the news recently, and down in Peru, and it's making, that the people are uploading videos onto the internet.
These higher entities are taking their orders from, and try and link up basically what's going on. A lot of us have been kept in the dark. We've been given, maybe most recently over here, photographs of an alien at Roswell. I'll just make a very brief statement about that. The photographs cannot stand up to a computer grain analysis test, and therefore are retouched or faked. They're not real. The real one, the real photograph of the charred or dead alien that was, or one of the several that were autopsied, is over here, was given to me by a friend by the name of Skip Fromback of Seattle. And his father worked as one of the principal doctors. He was from Germany at the time, and worked on some of the autopsy material, from what I understand, along with other people. Anyway, you just can't believe everything, and that goes for me. You got to get out there and do your homework. Like I always say, you might, don't put your spectacles on, you put your skepticals on when you listen to me. So if we can have a show of hands here, how many people have heard about Roswell, New Mexico? Very good, almost all. And how many people have heard about the black helicopters and the other kinds of flying saucers type equipments out at Groom Lake and other places? Very good. Well, this obviously is a nice enlightened audience. Most of you have probably seen what a black helicopter is, or maybe even gotten rare glimpses of an F-117A black jet, or stealth, as they're often called, or a B-2 bomber, or B-1 bomber, or some of these other sophisticated aircraft that are now being touted as the new technology. Once again, where did we get this new technology? Well, obviously we've had a little hand in that. Our little alien so-called buddies, have kind of exchanged things, not without a great cost.
He's talking about this in 1995. I wish Grusch Graves and Fravor would just put it out there. And all these UAPs, UFO sightings, I mean, this is what Phil's talking about. 30 years ago.
The cost of which has been a lot of people have disappeared. Some,
And that's why they're not. Grusch, Graves, and Fravor aren't really putting it out there like Phil. But now that everybody has cell phones, this man grew up, Phil, this is a raggedy VHS film. Now everybody's got a cell phone. So, I mean, it's up to everybody to put the truth out there, upload it onto YouTube, put it on Reddit. And that goes for people in the government. They work for us, not the other way around. It's not right.
Blow this statistic by you. There's, according to current FBI and Defense Intelligence Agency and CIA statistics, 100,000 children and 1 million adults disappear every year. And these are not kidnappings or murders or rapes or suicides or anything. Totally unaccounted for. And where are these people going to? Nobody knows. Maybe one of us in this room or somebody has encountered such an individual and lost a loved one or a friend or something, and that's unfortunate.
Well, yeah, just R.I.P. to the young man of the video that I showed earlier, and I'll show it again. Got his face peeled off by the face peelers down in Peru. Now, can we confirm that it's an alien being? That everybody down in Peru is saying that's what it is while the military's down there to protect the people there?
My best friend, Ron Lee Rummel, several years ago got himself murdered because we dared to put out in print, at that time I was still working for the government, and so was he, we dared to put in print the so-called the Strategic Defense Initiative, or Star Wars, as part of the New World Order and takes its actions. It was originally written as a kind of a spoof or a joke. We had one of these alien grays dressed up and had New World Order insignia on it, and of course that wasn't taken very nicely, and my friend got himself murdered. It was called a suicide, but now it's been turned over to special authorities who now acknowledge it was a homicide. Other than that, I'd like to also mention something about my father. My father was a U-boat captain in Hitler's Navy, and he got captured and taken over. I didn't find this out until about 2 weeks before he died on his deathbed. He kind of told everybody in total shock. I was one of them. In fact, I didn't believe him. I thought he was kind of in delirium or something like that. And of course, other things have come up since. And so, anyway, he was captured by the French, turned over to the Third Army, U.S. Third Army, and then U.S. Third Army turned him over to the Navy. And he was a master machinist. Now, that's not a journeyman. A master means they can take a block of metal and make a gun or a watch or some other fine instrument. And he was a master machinist. He later became an MD doctor part of the Aerospace Medicine Group of the United States Navy, was instrumental in helping build the USS Nautilus and its first nuclear-powered predecessor, the Enterprise, the first nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, and other ships like it. He pioneered all the ways in building very small and miniature nuclear engines, and he even helped work later on in his life. He helped develop the infamous grid bed nuclear motor, which is now employed in some things that look like flying saucers that people claim are flying saucers. Yes, we are.
Dude, so he's hitting it on it right here. He's talking about UAPs. And it's interesting hearing about him talking about his dad, because his dad was a genius. But here he is. He's talking about UAPs, UFOs. I mean, the term, unidentified aerial phenomenon. I mean, that's a relatively new term. I mean, UFOs, unidentified flying object. But here he is. He's talking about this 30 years ago.
We, in quote, the United States Air Force and other armed forces, are training other European forces to fly unidentified, or now identified, or, in quote, flying saucers. We've actually built several prototypes that are flying under names of black craft. My position as a geologist and engineer got me to see a lot of things in the world. I've been in over 70 countries. Also worked for NATO. I carried a level 3 security clearance with a rhyolite factor. Rhyolite is a hardened factor, only given out to a handful of civilians and maybe a couple of hundred military men worldwide. I thought I was doing the nation, the United States, as well as the world a favor by, I thought I was kind of keeping my end up. Well, it didn't work out that way. I was to later find out that these underground bases are now being employed as strategic bases for, in case there is martial law in this country. Right now, our military professors that used to be in war colleges and the like are training people like ex-Russian KGB and Spetsnaz people right here on American soil. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes, along with other people, other geologists. By the way, I'm still a geologist, still do geological survey.
Possibly that our government has helped train the Peruvian government, gone through drills when there's an alien attack, an uprising, and how they suppress it.
Work. However, I don't work for the government anymore. I took my security clearance and all my government stuff and cut it up and sent it back to the, pardon my French, SOBs.
Hey, and you know what? This is what somebody's going to have to do. Now, it might not be Graves, Grusch, or Fravor, but this is what some modern military personnel is going to have to do for this to come to the light for the American citizens and the world. Phil was born 30 years too late. If Phil had a smartphone when all this was going on to record all this, he'd have put it out there, but it didn't exist.
When I found out that a number of these 131 deep underground military bases are being used to subvert the Constitution of these United States and its people, I says, that is enough. I can't possibly be connected. Oh, well, Mr. Schneider, you can't quit, they said. Well, I says, yes, I can. I'm an individual, I'm going to quit, and I'm walking off the job. And he says, so I got arrested and casually told, well, you got to finish the job. And so I caved into that part, and I finished 3 weeks, and then at that time, my father was dying, and I was allowed home, and I never went back for my paychecks. Don't intend to either. These people are beginning to show signs of being our utmost enemy. I'm talking about military people now engaged in training foreign troops on American soil, clearly against the Bill of Rights and the U.S. Constitution.
The fact that he's talking about this, that he's putting it more out there on the table than the hearing, the UFO hearing that we had last week, that the military is not sharing knowledge that should be shared with Congress and the American people. And that hopefully that this hearing that just took place last week gets the ball rolling of them basically forcing the military to reveal technological advances, UAPs, UFO knowledge, to help develop better energy sources for the country and the world, and to get it all out there.
It's why we formed a government, why our forefathers formed a government, a republic of these United States in the first place, way back 200 plus years ago. Because the drawing and quartering of soldiers, taxation without representation, law by edict, otherwise known as today's version, executive order, among other things. The very reasons that we became, in quote, free, a free republic, a free society, possibly one of the greatest nations to ever be a nation on this earth, were instilled in our founding fathers that are now so far away from the people now running our federal government structure. So I'm here today to touch upon a number of subjects. One being that these underground bases are roughly over 3 of them per state. There's now, instead of 12 prison camps, there's 39.
Well, he said that there's 3 underground military bases in each state. Whoa. I wonder if they're interconnected.
Almost 1 per state. They're building 2 prison camps every 7 months. They're building 2 underground military bases every year. Each one of these military bases, by the way, these underground military bases, they cost somewhere between $17 and $26 billion. They employ 1,800 to 10,000 workers each in varying grades of skill. They gobble up totally through the black budget, over 1/4 of the black budget, or roughly $310 billion. Of course, you may say, well, where are these figures coming from? Well, the black budget, as we know it, in quote, black projects, which anything called black is significant of hidden from Congress, hidden from the American people, and very few people are even in the know about it at all. But black...
He's also talking about 1995 money. So he's talking about $300 billion. You know, probably times that by 3 or 4.
budget per year garners over $500 billion a year. And it's these kind of huge quantities and sums of monies are garnered through CIA drug activity, National Security Agency clandestine operations, mostly in Panama and South America. Now also engaged in Russia in bringing and refining strategic metals. By the way, you might want to ask, where's all these kind of interesting new metals coming from? Over here on the whiteboard, we have the new periodic table. It's got 140 elements. Now, in our high schools of today, I was in a high school about a week ago, I saw a new periodic table had 105 elements on it. Now, somewhere, we're not being told the truth. We're being lied to at every turn and every corner. We're considered less than morons. So the government has made itself an entity, an independent taxing body, an entity into itself, and isn't accountable to anybody, not even the so-called New World Order. They just go ahead and do everything willy-nilly as they please. There's nobody checking. You don't have to worry about this. Occasionally there's a senator that pokes a nose in here and there, and that senator finds out either nicely or not so nicely that you don't do things like that. Now, if we're to gain a grip on our country, if we're to take our country back, we must first ask our public officials if they cannot tell us the truth, and we will impeach them, or they will be impeached.
Hey, hello. Putting it out there, Phil, and not just impeached, because the president and Congress and the Senate, they don't know. So Congress is trying to basically get a case, a lawsuit to sue the military, specific branches of the military, CIA, FBI, what have you, the Army, the Marines, Air Force. So not just the politicians, but the military. That there's no communication between the two.
Or they'll be tried as traitors.
Tried as traitors.
Pretty stiff language. Already it's slowly beginning to trickle out and to occur to a number of people that this may be the only way out. Also, our founding fathers, George Washington, Patrick Henry, and a few of the other ones, came up and said that you don't want to let the beast out of the box. And they were talking about a runaway government. You don't want to allow your government to become like England at that time. And so they warned us about this very same kind of thing. First of all, the United States is not a democracy. It's not a republic anymore. It should be a republic. That's to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God. Why we can't even pray in the public schools anymore. We have to have a Supreme Court judge or group of them, plus Janet Reno and company, among other things, telling us what to do. Interpret for us as if we cannot read with our own two eyes and understand with our mind. This, of course, is bad policy all the way around. And I guess I don't need to blow that by your ears. Okay, on another subject, I have a number of items up here at the table. One of which here is, if I can show it, is a heavy hunk of rock indeed. It has a weight of about a little bit more than a pound, 2.5 times the weight of uranium. It's not radioactive, can never be made radioactive. It's composed of rare earth clays and powdered metals, as well as an alien element, mostly from crashed, retrieved flying saucers and those of the kind that have happenstance to crash in our deserts and backyards, so to speak. It's called Mironite. Now, this is employed in every stealth aircraft, every black jet throughout the black budget. Also in the very small quantities in the skins of black helicopters. Mironite. Here's another thing. Here's a piece of probably the purest titanium you'll ever hear or see. It's so pure, it's also composed with other alien elements to make it extremely tough. It's capable of withstanding temperatures in excess of 7,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Our new Phoenix-class submarines, of which we're building 2 a month right now. Phoenix-class submarines is a black budget program. Each one of those submarines costing $208 million just for the titanium hull, which is
again, that's 95 money. Inflation.
10,000 pounds of it. Now we've got supposedly, as of the data right now, we've got 106 of these submarines. They're plying the waters and the waves. They can dive to a depth of over 7,000 feet and hold that for 3 months. It's a fantastic submarine indeed. It has 11 grid-bed nuclear motors on it, engines that run everything, purify the air. By the way, these aren't your usual nuclear motor installation. They're very small. They're probably no bigger than this podium, weighing less than 3,000 pounds, putting out as much as the equivalent of 3 aircraft carriers of the Enterprise class. But these Phoenix-class submarines are getting this metal. Now, where are we getting the metal? It's being stockpiled in a number of strategic locations. Supposedly, I've heard stories, well, it's being mined on the moon, and I have no way of proving that, one way or another. I think we're probably getting it from Russia, or refining it in outer space. What are we shuttling? Basically, a shuttle, a secret shuttle flight. 1 a week now is going up and back. What are they shuttling? Well, obviously, they've got kind of their own little laboratories up there, space station, and all this kind of stuff. Remember, what you're being told is only just a smattering of the truth. It's not the real truth. Maybe it's 5% of the truth. Maybe it's not even that. You can rest assured you're not getting much. Another strategic metal is this particular bar with some strange crystals on it, scalenohedral crystals of niobium, titanium, rhenium, copper oxide. This complex group of elements, not found on the Earth in specific quantities. This was developed at Los Alamos through EG&G and other outfits, are employed in all black jet aircraft. All of them, including the, in quote, sport model, the little flying saucer we occasionally see over at Groom Lake. And by the way now, if we happen to be with a video camera, taking pictures of the so-called area around Groom Lake, it's now, you can get your equipment confiscated, your car, your house. You're considered the same thing as a drug dealer, and you'll go to jail for 5 years, up to 5 years, and $1 million fine. I personally don't think this is what I'm hearing. I just don't think that this kind of punitiveness is what we need in America, and we have to get rid of it. Otherwise, we're going to die with no America. Here's some other elements. Here's a very light element. It's composed of lithium metal, as well as a
you can't really see anything.
A little heavier than hydrogen, but a little lighter than helium, also employed in this. It's used in secretive methods of propulsion. and it also is in a peculiar scalenohedral crystalline form. And anything scalenohedral, and by the way, a scalene triangle is no side is equal to another side. The scalenohedral metallic crystalline structure is definitely alien element, or alien technology converted over to our own technology. These were given to me about a year ago. They're called alien or aurora drops. It's supposedly the skins of the black jets, some of the ones that are coming in at very high rates of speed. They're still glowing red hot to white hot, and they'll sit out there and cool off, and they're dripping their material off of them. And it's kind of like a rubberized coating. It's not rubber, I can tell you that. This is hard as lava rock or harder, capable of withstanding tremendous temperatures, but nonetheless, some of it sloughs off every time, and so they just kind of scoop it up and throw it in the trash can. There are a few pieces of it. Here's one of the hardest so-called man-made rocks. Once again, it's got a number of alien counterpart. It's got an alien crystalline structure to it, very advanced. It's about 11 times harder than a diamond, about 70 times stronger than a diamond, capable of standing temperatures in excess of 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It is employed as very thin coatings or windows, tiny windows, in hypersonic aircraft that exceed Mach 5. Here's an interesting artifact. Right here in this hunk of rock, which by the way was an old 100,000-year-old chipping tool found in Syria, Jordan rather, excuse me, is a imprint of, it looks like a fossil, but it's not. It's an imprint of a small mechanical part with exactly 360 kind of little rotor blades. Well, this rock is 220 million years old. Who was making machines 220 million years ago? Maybe von Däniken was right after all, huh? Here we have a actual piece of agatized fruit, or it's similar to a lime. It's even been pecked by a bird at one time, and that's still there. So it was instantly turned to agate. It is the same agate or chemical structure as material found at Hiroshima and Nagasaki after the A bombings in World War II, where grasses and flowers and petals of flowers and other kinds of things were instantly petrified, turned to agate. It is the same identical crystalline structure. However, this particular piece is about 20 million years old, and it's still got its original green coating, and it's basically unchanged, perfect condition. Likewise, here's a garlic plant about somewhere between 20 and 35 million years of age, and once again it's got that same pink agate coating. And here are some pieces of the metal skin from the crash disk at Roswell. It was given to me when I was 14 years old. My father was visiting one of his old friends in the Navy archives, as well as he was in the Royal Navy in England. And I, as a 14-year-old boy, I says, "Gee, Dad, can I ask Johnny something?" "Oh, go ahead, ask him. Get anything you can from him," and that kind of thing. I says, "Well, gee, Johnny, well, do you think I can have a piece of this metal?" "Oh, no, you can't have that." And I says, "Oh, give it to the kid. What the heck?"
You know, this seems so far-fetched, but his dad was involved from the get-go. You know, imagine being the son of one of the military scientists that was reverse engineering alien technology. And that's Phil Schneider. And everybody, not everybody, but a lot of people, and even today, it still just seems so hard to believe. But after last week's 2023 hearing, and then now, the more information that we're going to constantly be getting, I mean, the legacy of Phil Schneider is just growing and growing. And not too many people know about him, and they should.
He won't have it very long anyway. Well, I've had it all this time. It's kind of a unique thing. They were able to break the skin of that craft, by the way, by dropping it into a bath of liquid nitrogen, hitting it with a mechanical or hydraulic hammer, and it shattered into little bits. And it was later analyzed and adapted for our own technology. All these artifacts are fine, but once again, the main part of this talk is, where's it all leading to? We get very little spin-off to where any of this is leading to. Occasionally we'll get a new computer or maybe a quartz watch or some little trinket kind of like giving the Indians beads a couple of hundred years ago. Well, we're getting these little spin-offs. But the black budget still rolls on, garnering up over $1 trillion every 2 years. It's somewhere between 1.023 trillion and 1.31 trillion dollars every 2 years.
95 inflation. Who knows what it is now?
Every year goes by and the black budget is unchecked, unaccounted for. It's just subverting our country. That's number one. Number two is that these underground military, first of all, if there was something like a nuclear war or there was a definite enemy out there where we were going to be under attack, like from China or someplace like that, I could see maybe a couple of dozen underground bases for a government, and so it could theoretically rise up like the phoenix out of the ashes. Well, not 131 of these, and if you were going to so-called round people up and put them in prison camps, what a better prison camp than underground, where nobody knows where it is anyway. So once again, these underground bases are most likely been planned as underground prison camps and slave labor factories for the New World Order. New World Order, by the way, is getting, and I'm probably the only person ever talking about this, the New World Order is taking, and the United Nations is taking its orders from, believe it or not, these more powerful outer space alien entities. We might call them the large grays or the small grays. Sinister forces indeed. And you might want to say, well, gee, how come we don't see more of this kind of thing? Well, you can just imagine. If you're only being told 5% or less of the truth, that isn't very much to go on. That's one thing. Another thing is you don't find very many people coming up here and letting you have hands-on experience. I'm going to try and do this to you. However, I do ask you to go out and do your homework and keep doing it. Don't necessarily believe in what I'm saying, but get out there and talk to people. Whether it's just a couple of neighbors or friends or something, get out there and talk. Because one will tell two and two will tell four, and then pretty soon you have a whole room full of people that are in the know. And then from there, wonders can work. Other than that, as far as changing the black budget, these clandestine programs, public opinion is only going to be going to do that, and it's going to take millions of us. But we have to be informed. And to do that, we have to be doing what we're doing now, gathering and talking. And, of course, most of us are adults and can weed out fact from fiction. Most of us are responsible adults and know the difference between fact and fiction and how to use it or how to abuse it. And so we, therefore, have to continue to keep studying and keep talking. If there's just me out there, and believe it or not, there aren't very many people like myself out there talking.
Keep talking. And then, this is a world, this is basically, even though it's the 90s and it was still an advanced time, it was basically the caveman days as far as social media. I mean, we got to keep talking, keep posting, keep sharing. This is how the truth is going to get out there. Because Congress, Senate, they don't really know. Some of them do. The majority of them don't, or they're not going to say anything. These guys, the whistleblowers here, Graves, Grusch, Fravor, they're not willing to put it all out there. Like Schneider is saying that we need to. And it's going to be us putting it out there on YouTube, Reddit.
Given over 30 talks in the United States, Canada, Japan, went over to England, went to Japan kind of illegal, came back the same weekend. They flew me in and out, but gave a talk to a number of their execs, and they were very interested indeed. Now, if this is all a bunch of poppycock and hooey and poo-poo, I wouldn't be listened to, be given an audience by these people, but evidently I have. But 13 attempts on my life since the first of this year. There's a number of you ladies present, so I won't gore you out, but Al has seen some of the wounds, and there's a few other people that have been to a few of my other lectures, and they can attest that I have been shot. I've been run off the road, I've been pushed off the road, I've been mostly shot at, and that kind of thing like that. But been in hand-to-hand combat with some of these people, and once again, I'm not in the best of shape anymore, but I still know how to handle myself. And I'm just about ready to wrap things up here, but just basically wanted to give you an overview of what's happening. And if we have any questions, we can start asking a few questions. Okay, here's a gentleman way over here. Would you please speak up loud? Yes, I was involved in 1979, in August, late August of 1979. I was involved working through Mexico and what's now known as the Alien-Human War. 66 Secret Service agents, government workers, geologists, and the like. I almost bit the dust. I could have been number 67. Lost their lives that day because the government lied and knew full well what was underneath. And what we'd done is, out in the desert there, we had drilled for a period of a couple of days. We drilled 4 of these holes that went down several thousand feet, and one of these holes kept bringing up dirty dust and putrefying odors and broken off machine bits and other kinds of things like that. Boring machines as well as lasers came up damaged. And of course, there was a probe that was sent down, and that came up totally missing. And so people were sent down there, and I was along with people. And when I got down there, of course, the odor was, and remember, I was in a spacesuit type environment. All I had was a small tool belt with special sensors, a small rock hammer, and a rucksack for mineral specimens and other kinds of things like that.
Remember earlier he said that there's 2 species of the grays. So there's a 7-foot tall species, and then there's a short species. And so the 7-foot tall, 7 to 8 foot tall grays have what has been spotted by the public recently in Peru. That's why the military's down there protecting people in this small village. And the bodies are washing up on shore, scalped, their faces peeled off.
I had my little pistol. And being an engineer, didn't have time to carry a big hunk of pistol like most of these Green Berets carry, stuff like that, Black Berets. I carried a little Walther PPK with a 9-shot clip. As soon as I got down this hole, standing about from me to this gentleman over here in front row, about 10 or so feet away, 7 feet away, something like that, was one of these 7-foot-tall stinking alien guys, and I didn't waste any time. I said, I'm not fiddling with you guys, and boom, away you go. And I was one of the rare few that had been allured that this may or may not occur, so basically was given ET training, but a lot of these other people weren't. And we were, in fact, it was asked, are there aliens in the area? And of course, the big question was no. And that was a big lie. And of course, 66 people died that day. I have a big hole in my chest. I lost my lung was literally burnt out of me. My fingers burnt off of me. My toenails burnt off of me.
You saw his hand that several of his digits were burnt, like what he said. And so the video that I showed at the beginning of the man that's body washed up on shore down in Peru, that people are saying that the face peelers, the aliens, have been mutilating people, that perhaps that this heat that they used, that the aliens used to fry Phil, that they used to help them peel this dude's face off, because his skull was completely white, like there was no blood. It was very similar to like what my grandpa would do with deer and cow skulls, but that would be a period of them sitting it outside for weeks for it to the sun to bleach the skull, and this was done practically immediately. That mean, whoever did that to that man, either that man has been missing for a while, or it took some incredible technology or skill to do that scalping and the peeling off of his face and half of the scalp.
Skin was in radiation isolation therapy for 400 plus days. My bones were vitrified or burnt. I was cooked. I managed to survive. Here, telling you something about it today. But other than that, I'm the only talking survivor. There are only 2 other survivors, and they're in nursing homes up in Canada. And Canada refuses to allow the United States officials to talk to them, and they're in very bad shape indeed. One of them can't talk, and the other one doesn't want to. So they're regarded as Canadian heroes, and so they're being kept by Canada. Okay, this fellow over here. Speak up loud. Actually, yes, there's several. In fact, as I was coming to this talk, I was supposed to be here by plane, but there was a subsequent foul-up. Anyway, I drove all the way and did it in one day. But as I was coming over up near Cheyenne, there I noticed the military, Air Force and the Army are building a so-called new, in quote, boot camp, prison camp, right up in Cheyenne, brand new. And I was here 3 months ago, that wasn't there. So it's something brand new. In Colorado, yes, there's about 4 underground bases, one being at Denver International Air Base. I call it Air Base, spaceport, or whatever you want to call it. Denver International Airport.
Whoa, okay. That hits different because I just saw a video recently about Denver International Airport. And look up there. I've never been out there, but there's a lot of weird art in the airport. They've got that creepy horse, the red eye. They have all of this weird alien and like Nazi paintings, very disturbing, alarming stuff in their airport. And the fact that he's saying that there's an underground military base there as well. It's been a couple years since I've watched this documentary, and the things that I've watched recently, and then hearing Phil touch base on certain things, specifically after the UFO hearing last week. But then not only that, but in New Mexico, Oppenheimer, the military, deciding to use the atomic bomb that site because they knew that there was an alien underground base there. Whoa. Wow. If that's true, wow. You know, the stuff that he says is just so outlandish. Like, man, this guy's full of it. But 30 years later, a lot of the things that he's saying, it's basically exactly what Grusch, Graves, and Fravor were saying last week at the UFO hearing.
No wonder your luggage gets lost.
Denver
Airport. Levels underneath the airport, tarmac there, end quote tarmac or cement mac. And so those bags could be there for a damn long time. Why, just imagine if this was instantly turned to agate 30 or more million years ago, those bags could very well be the same way. So yeah, there's a number of them. And I wish I had a map with me. In fact, in subsequent talks, I'll have a map, which will be put on the overhead. In fact, my next talk, I plan to have just that. I had planned to bring a map here and had all the latitudes and longitudes of all the bases, and I can't do that. That would be a nice jail sentence for me, so I didn't bring it. So, but other than that, I'll have that all researched for you. Yeah.
And so he just basically said why Graves, Grusch, and Fravor aren't putting details out publicly. And I hope that they do give it to AOC and the rest of the congressmen and women there. You know, he just said he didn't want to go to jail. But it's like he was an habitual line stepper, which we need more of. We need more of those if the people are going to learn the truth.
Yes, this woman. Yes, as far as there being an inner Earth, a hollow Earth or anything like this, no, I've never run into anything like that. However, Al Bielek has been on these tunnel trains at the better part of Mach 2, going from coast to coast in an hour and a half, faster than any jet plane that we got, including the SST, or thereabouts, the same rapid speed. But I helped build a lot of these tunnels, and all of the underground mountain or military bases are connected, all of them, all 131 of them. They're connected both by road, not a big freeway under there, but it's at least a 2 to a 4 lane road, rather narrow lanes, but they're there, and there are also high-speed magneto-leviton train tunnels. Yes, this lady over here. Stand up and speak up, please. What levels of military personnel know about this? Most of the levels of military know about this, especially the higher levels, higher officer levels. The enlisted, I'm sure, don't, or is basically kept in the dark like we are, end quote, we are. So, yeah.
And we're still in the dark,
right here
Phil.
with the hat. Hat on. Well, there's 131 of them in the United States, 127 of them in the lower 48.
I guess he's talking about the bases.
Some in Canada, I'm not counting those. And some in northern Mexico, I'm not counting those either. They average about 4.25 cubic miles hollowed out underground, an average depth of 5,700 feet underground. Average cost $17 to $31 billion each. They employ anywhere from 1,800 to 10,000 people. And there's some very large ones now being built in Sweden, one of which is repudiated to be 30 cubic miles. It'll take 5 years to build that one at a cost of about $2 trillion. And that's all being supplied by the United Nations. Yes. Anybody over here? No. This gentleman. Speak up, please. Okay, you want to know exact locations of all these? Well, for where all of your Army, Marine Corps, Navy, and Air Force bases are, they're with all the present, not the ones closed down. And by the way, the closed down bases are now being used for gasoline storage and equipment storage and these kind of things. So they're not really closed down yet. Boot camps, end quote, boot camps and all this kind of stuff. So-called prisoner camps and these kind of things. Right now our police, for instance, are being trained by the Air Force and the Army intelligence in martial law research, as they call it. How dare they call that by that name? So where these are, they're where every one of these strategic bases are now. In Colorado, in around Denver, there's 3 of them, and they're fairly small. Some of these bases are only maybe 2,000 to 3,000 feet in depth. Some of them were built a long time ago, back 35, 40 years ago, and they're only maybe 500 feet, and they're mostly for equipment storage. Denver, and then there's Fort Collins. There's also Colorado Springs area has a number of them. By the way, Colorado Springs is kind of a famous area. Nikola Tesla's laboratories were in Colorado Springs, and need I say more? I'll leave that up to Al Bielik. As far as Nellis Air Force Base, there's 9 underground mountain bases in Nellis Air Force Base. That's in Nevada. It's north of Las Vegas. There's going to be a UFO show and conference in Mesquite here later on this month, and that's up very close to, end quote, Area 51. That whole area, by the way, the state of Nevada is 81% end quote, managed or owned by the federal government. Land is either restricted or run by the federal government. That's why they have. There's groups rising as we speak, dealing with the problem very vociferously, and senators are now getting involved. So evidently, waking up is occurring. Yes, this gentleman over here.
Not waking up fast enough, Phil.
Okay. Yes, they are. The gentleman asked, are these tunnels connected to large caverns? Yes, these large bases are basically like this Coliseum. Everything's underground. Everything's a city underground. Most of these bases both have military bases, and they have all the accoutrements of life. Remember, each one of these costs quite a bundle of dough, and some of it in our tax money, but most of it in clandestine approaches, and that's definitely undermining the country. Yes. Well, some of them have a difficulty in understanding our language. It's too slow to them. If you've heard whale songs or bird chirpings at high speed, it's about what these aliens sound like audibly to us, so it's a bunch of gibberish. Yes, they've slowly actually broken down. There's 11 prototypes or 11 civilizations of aliens visiting this planet all the time, all of which are known by the U.S. military, 9 of which are not very good indeed. They're pretty bad news. 2 of which are benevolent, but the benevolent ones have supposedly left. They have their own little war of sorts, especially the Pleiadian groups and whatnot like that, of which Val Thor was repudiated to be a Venusian, but other people will alert he looks more like a Pleiadian. He looks normal human, except he's got 6 fingers and toes. He's got one oversized lung. He's got 2 hearts. He's got all kinds of weird stuff. Bones are bigger. Yep.
Okay, Phil.
The man asked, do I tie in the alien agenda to the New World Order? Yes, sir, 100%. I can elaborate briefly. The New World Order right now basically is dismantling countries, governments, telling governments not to war with each other anymore, basically, so that looks good on the outside.
Listen to what he's just saying. I mean, this was in 1995. Before Iraq, Egypt, Libya.
They're taking their orders directly from the aliens who've got their own timetable. They want the one world order because they want the planet for themselves. And, of course, you've often heard of the term Global 2000, and that's a supposed sinister plot, or has been a group of sinister plots to produce biological weaponry to reduce or thin out the so-called ethnic cleanse the population of the planet by 5/6, or roughly 5 of 6 billion people, enslaving the rest to work willy-nilly with the so-called people of the New World Order. Now, another peculiar thing is the alien agenda.
You know, I haven't watched this since pre-COVID. It just hits different watching this every 3 or 4 years, and things happen, and then to hear him say it, it just hits different the older that I get and the more that I've seen.
Is not really well believed nor understood by a lot of these one-worlders. They don't believe it. They think they've been singled out for their own end of glory, and what they don't know is they're just another human being, and according to the negative or bad aliens, they're just another, we're considered bags of food to them. They don't eat us like we think of a cannibal eating a hunk of meat, but they use our glandular secretions as part of their food base, our blood and our glandular secretions like adrenochrome and other kinds of things like this.
Oh my gosh. So, the video of that guy, his face, It was like his skull, his eye sockets, everything was just drained. His whole head was just drained. Why? I mean, is it possible that that's what they did to that guy? That they took all of his glands, secretions, eyeballs, just brain. They took what they wanted out of his face and his skin. Ooh.
And in fact, the Atlanta Center for Disease Control has figured out ways that we can combat this and all this kind of thing like that. It might be where these designer diseases like AIDS and Ebola and hantavirus and all these kinds of things have come up out of nowhere, and these diseases, end quote, almost have a mind of their own. Yes, this lady here. Okay, lady asked, is the tunnel building having an effect with earthquakes? Yes, it could very easily be, although got to remember a lot of these underground bases are constantly being repaired, and so a lot of people have to be hired. As far as the U.S. government, second part of her question was, is the U.S. government modifying our weather? Yes, that's an affirmative. And we have, the U.S. government's been working with the Russians for at least since 1972 and maybe as early as 1966 on weather modification. And it's a well-known fact, and it's well employed. And by the way, they can literally weather modify a hurricane or a tornado out of existence. And the reason they don't do it is pretty obvious. And right, or they could actually send a plane inside of a hurricane, for instance, that would blow off an atmospheric bomb or a shockwave bomb in the eye of the thing, and it would completely dissipate. Well, they don't do this, of course, and there's probably other reasons for that, to see which way it goes or what kind of havoc and how we can study the havoc, and we go from there. This fellow way in the back in the black. How do we learn more about our general topic? Well, there's this particular fellow, his name is Richard Souter, PhD, wrote a book recently, Underground Bases and Tunnels, What is the Government Trying to Hide? That is one book. Then we have here's a popular science article, Secret Air Base. The government doesn't want you to know that Groom Lake, supposedly Groom Lake doesn't exist. Well, I guess if it doesn't exist, then me talking about it, I guess I can't be arrested or anything. I'm just full of poppycock here. Well, the editor, one of the editors of Popular Science that put this article out is now in federal prison. Then there's a book that called Stealth Fighter Pilot. These books are available. I got this one at Dalton's. This one actually was sent to me by the publisher. I did some test piloting, and the only thing I test piloted was would run the aircraft back and forth on the runway, the special runways we built at Groom Lake. There's a picture of me right, in uniform. And I can go on. And these publications are out now, and they're available. Yes, this lady over here. I can't hear you. What? Okay. Okay, that's kind of a mixed bag question there. She asks, with martial law being called, will precious metals and all these kinds of things. First of all, hoarding anything will be outlawed. If you hoard food, have a radio, any way of communicating, stash gasoline, kind of things, you would just be rounded up and that'll be the end of you. Martial law is martial law. Martial law is dictatorship of the worst form, or one of the worst forms. And her other part of the question, if I got it right, was when's the alien takeover? Well, the alien takeover right now is, and probably will be for probably the next 20, maybe 30, 40 years, will be basically in the background. The idea is to get the one world beast-like government order in place and to thin out the population of the planet. And then, of course, then all heck will break loose.
COVID?
From then on. And whether it is, I don't often mix Bible and talk, but some people have alerted, well, this is already mentioned in the Bible, blah, 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 and all this kind of stuff. Well, that may be, but all I can tell you is I've been face to face with one of these sinister characters, or a couple of them, saying the least, and most people would, just the shock of them seeing such a thing would cause them to not be in very healthy frame of mind, as physical as well as mental. This man here in the blue coat.
Yeah, look what they allegedly did to the guy down in Peru.
Well, it's a combination. What technology is used to build these underground bases? Well, we have lasers that can drill out, or basically deflagrate or melt out a tunnel 7 miles a day. And that tunnel is 28 feet wide, 28 feet high. You've been told about drilling and boring machines in a very slow, 1/4 of a mile a day. Most of that went out in World War II. Most of that's all World War I or World War II era materials. And once again, you've been badly lied to. I can hardly believe, first of all, I've worked on public engineering projects, and we do better in grinding up road beds and laying them down at the rate of 4 miles a day, and supposedly that doesn't exist. Well, I worked on one in the state of Oregon just a few months ago, and we built a tunnel for sewage tunnel and whatnot like that. It wasn't very big. It was about 6 feet across, and I drilled right through solid rock, right through base of under one of the hills in Portland for their new light rail. Did that in 2 days. But it was a small, complex tunnel. It was big enough for a man to crawl through and inspect. And I was one of the people that inspected, so yeah. What technology? A lot of this is alien technology, readapted for our own use, but a lot of it's our own ingenuity too. So you can bet, how can you tell alien technology? Well, anything that's just absolutely outlandish, like taking a oxyacetylene welding torch and trying to cut into this metal and getting nowhere, obviously would be metals research, aircraft research and the like, and different tools and products, which things that are many times the hardness of diamond, or known hardened substances like borazon. Obviously, that's nothing that we came up with on our own. What we could have over a several hundred-year period. But you've got to remember, too, that the military technology is outstripping the public sector technology at the rate of 44 to 45 years of technology for every calendar year, every 12-month calendar year here. So every year going by this time in 1996, the military technology will be roughly 45 years more advanced than where we are today. So it's quite possible that way back in 1943, the U.S. Navy not only caused the ship to disappear, it literally disappeared.
So he's saying, basically he said kind of what I said earlier about the military having 40, 50 years advanced technology, and the example that I gave was cellular telephone technology in the 40s, the civilians in America didn't get till 1985. So he's saying in 1996 that, you know, the military, 40, 50 years more advanced. Just think about what all the technology that we have today that they had access to in 96.
And reappear. Basically, military technology right now is about 1,200 years more advanced than public state technology.
Whoa, he was way 1,000
right now.
No, he said 1,000. 1,000 years. So he's talking about free energy. I mean, that we have UFO, the Jetsons, the ability, but yet we don't have access to that, the public. And hopefully, God willing, Phil, I hope this is for Phil, you know? This UFO hearing that took place last week, this is for you, Phil. That hopefully Congress can sue the CIA, the military, and demand that we get this technology for the people. New forms of energy. You know? I mean, it would change. We wouldn't be dependent on fossil fuels anymore. I mean, it would change the world. I mean, he just said that the military, the 1,000 years more advanced, way more than I was saying, 40, 50 years. He said 1,000 compared to what the civilians in America have. That there's just so much money that they don't want to give it to us. And actually, this reminds me of a scene in Men in Black, where it's like Kay, he's like, well, I guess I'll have to buy the White Album again, or the Beatles album again, because it's like the alien technology that they keep releasing out to the public. Like, and so it's like new forms of listening to music. He's like, I guess I'll have to buy the Beatles again, because they'll put it in a new format from alien technology. And that came out a couple years after he died. Phil died. Men in Black came out a couple years after Phil's death. And that's something else that I was thinking about, that even though it's a fictitious movie, that there's not necessarily sprinkles of truth in that movie. And the same thing that I put in the feed here about potentially the alien predator in Peru. You know, how long has that story been going on? You know, that alien killing Native Americans. It's very interesting.
It's off the scale, I can't tell you. It's just right now, and employing just in black jet and stealth aircraft, the new computers are so completely advanced that we couldn't get them in the public sector for maybe another 40 or 50 years. Yes, this lady here.
Can't really hear the question.
Well, the lady asked with the slave labor camps, the old, the infirm, the handicapped, are they going to be executed, and will there be executions? You can bet your bottom dollar there actually will be these things. I wish I knew more, but I don't. I've had my own agenda to kind of keep up and talk about. But other than that, yes, I would imagine so. If you look at all the 39 prison camps that are presently built, and they're called boot camps, by the way. And of course, these new trains that they have that have 143 shackle placements per train, they're a scary thing indeed. You know what they're called? They're called United Nations Prisoner Transfer Cars. Oh, that's an appropriate name, I guess. Well, we got to wrap it up here. They're telling me it's time. I'll take one more question. This lady over here. They don't brainwash you. How do they brainwash 18,000 people that are working? Well, you sign this little piece of paper saying you work, you go to prison for the rest of your days. Or you're not going to be taking home a paycheck of about anywhere from $4,000 to $40,000 per month, depending upon your position. $40,000 a month is a lot of petunias. Okay, well, I got to wrap it up here, folks. So I'll be over in Al Bielig's booth. I think it's over in booth number 125. I can take other questions there and let you take a look at artifacts. And once again on these artifacts.
Let's go back to this article from the Sun. The Peru predator. Fair use.
Este impresionante video captó ese instante en que los habitantes le disparan a los supuestos seres, como ven, en medio de la noche.
Los vecinos dicen que están aterrorizados. Ellos describieron a los entes como gigantes que miden casi 7 pies de altura y que visten trajes que parecen de astronautas. Vamos a escuchar.
Whoa. It was hard to see what they were trying to show there. But apparently it was, blurry. They were trying to chase it, or they were running from it, or there's eluding them. Police in the Amazon jungle are probing a bizarre claims a village is being menaced by creatures just like the predator. A teenage girl was reportedly attacked by one of the strange beings. That the police and Navy forces are investigating the sightings in the jungles of Peru. And this, after listening to Phil Schneider for the last hour about all the bases, the underground bases, and the different species of greys, that he said that there's 2 different species specifically of alien greys, that there's a tall species and a small species. And the tall species is the one that has been identified down in Peru. The claims have been made by members of the Akitu indigenous people in the rural district of the Alto Nene, northeast of Lima, and they claim a girl 15 was attacked by one of the monsters which slashed her neck. Hunters have reportedly fired on the creatures with their guns, which are said to be immune to human weapons. The beings also allegedly can disappear. It has been suggested that beings could be drones covered with cloth and masks to scare the locals by illegal miners in a Scooby-Doo style scheme. Let's go back to this other video too. Let's go back and look at the video of the body of the man that was found by the river.
They look like two gentlemen who either are police or civilian police or something. Maybe detectives. Their vests say police, and they're taking the banana leaves off of this man who's lying on the bank of a river. And I think we determined that he was deposited there for the police. So they're removing these banana leaves, which people used to cover him. You're going to see why people covered his head with banana leaves in a moment. Again, those are their vests say police, so let's assume those are Peruvian police. Now they're picking him up. And look at his head. It is bereft of skin. At least I'd say 3/4 of it, if not almost.
Especially after listening to Phil Schneider, that he said that they didn't just want to eat us, what the aliens wanted to do, that they wanted our glands. He said adrenochrome. I mean, that they drained this dude's face to get the glands and the adrenochrome from his head. I mean, look at how clean his skull is. They sucked all the nutrients out of his head, and that's what they want. You know, and I haven't heard anybody else, and I'm kind of putting 2 and 2 together, which may or may not be accurate. And like I said, are these aliens or some crazy guy running around the jungle? But going off of what Phil Schneider said, that what the aliens want is our glands, to kill us and get our glands, adrenochrome in the brain. And they peeled this dude's, the face peelers, either the chupacabra alien grays, using maybe that laser, the heat that they burn his hands off with on his face. I mean, look, I mean, it's hollow. His eye sockets, I mean, nothing's there. It's gone. Completely smooth. Like it's been, like that would take weeks, or if not a month or more, for that to happen to a deer skull or a cow skull. And that happened when, I mean, how long has this guy been missing?
The entirety of his face is gone. Not partially gone, completely gone. And you'll see if you back up, Doug, because I think that's where, well, there he is laying on the ground. So let's see. Is that the end of the video?
Yeah,
it just plays. Okay, so back up, and you're going to notice that his face was removed with surgical precision around the neck there. You see that? There's a circular cut around the neck. Now, is this video real? Is it authentic? Or is it photoshopped or edited in some way? I don't know, but I think it'd be very difficult to edit this video because you're looking at somebody's cell phone footage. So we're looking at somebody's cell phone, a Peruvian villager's cell phone that they captured, presumably. And there's a lot of movement. You see all the movement. Look, they drop him. The police officer falls and drops him. I mean, it doesn't look like prosthetic to me, and it does not look like CGI. Now, again, I don't know what the context is of this video, but I'm going to guess that this has something to do with the pelacaras. And when these Peruvian people call these pelacaras, they're looking at why they call them the face peelers.
Ooh.
Again, allegedly this happened this year and is from the same general region of Peru where this village was attacked.
And according to Phil Schneider, they want that adrenochrome.
Quite disturbing.
Well, you can see that it appears to be rigor mortis has set in.
Yes.
I've seen my share of dead bodies. If even the movement right there, you can see the spine articulating.
Yes.
If this was a movie prop, my hat's off to you. That is the most convincing movie prop I've ever seen. But you can tell that the guy has weight to him. This guy right here, the policia, he slips coming up the embankment. If this was going to be a movie, it was shot very poorly, but we have not been able to discern yet if this is a movie, if it's a spoof. That seems to be a dead man. I've seen my share of that. I have never seen an injury like this. I've seen people blown apart, lacerated. When I worked in federal prisons, I've seen people stabbed up, gutted, have their face cut off before. But there's, it seems like he has been exsanguinated. There's no blood. There's no blood coming out of anywhere. Look, the face will bleed more than almost anything else because the hundreds of capillaries that are all over the face, and there is no flesh anywhere. There's no burn marks from what we can see on here, and you can even see the scalp line where the fatty tissue is.
Completely clean.
Exactly.
The way the
No
neck
tissue.
articulates
It's just skull.
as they're moving. I mean, it takes 3 men to move a dead body. That's fairly accurate. A person who's completely, limp is a very, very heavy weight. And what we guess is that someone came down the river, deposited this man along the side of the river for the police to then
a
go
hollow
collect.
bleed skull.
This is most likely the criminal investigators who are here.
I can say that we can confirm that this particular video was uploaded
There's
to
the
YouTube.
coroner.
Right, there he is. Yeah, this particular video was uploaded to YouTube on August 2nd. So this may be very recent, and it may in fact be directly related to the incident in the village. These villagers who are being terrorized by these ostensibly extraterrestrial beings. I mean, that's just that is very grotesque. I've never seen anything like that before. And again, this illustrates why they call these entities pela caras, the face peelers. And I think we are, in my opinion, again, for all we know, this could be a hoax. I don't know, but my gut feeling is that this is not a hoax. This is real, and we are looking at a human mutilation as opposed to a cattle mutilation. We are looking at a human mutilation.
I want to say that he appears to have some sort of a burn here on his right shoulder.
Yeah.
And bruising along his left that you can see from the chest to this shoulder. It almost looks like this arm was out of socket, but the body moves really weird whenever it's limp and dead. So there's some sort of another injury. You can see the color tone right here is different. If it was hit by a radiation, I mean, I can only speculate. I don't know of any instrument that can do this. I mean, that steam would do that. Steam can melt you right down to the bone.
Phil
But
Schneider
that would
does.
be a third-degree burn. And even so, you would still see blackening, possibly. You would still see blackening along the epidermis. And you're not really seeing that. You can see where most likely this is a pool of blood where he's been laying down at. When the body is, when the body dies, the blood will pool wherever the body is laying flat at. All right. So you can see most likely this is where the blood was pooling at in the body. And like I said, it's some sort of an injury right here. So if something came and hit him like this or from right here, but once again, that's a cut right here.
Well, what we're looking at, as I said, it's a human mutilation. Just think cattle mutilation, but done to a human being. That's, I believe, what we're looking at. Now, there's extra compression going on through Zoom. The video is actually a little bit clearer on YouTube. So there's some extra compression going on. And people say, well, why is it so pixelated and so forth? Because we have a crappy cell phone filming another crappy cell phone. That's why. So you're looking at an image that isn't very high res to begin with, that was apparently filmed by a Peruvian. And I say a Peruvian because I can see her sitting there. You can see her feet here in In the video, she's sitting there showing somebody footage
Poor
that,
guy.
again, presumably either she took or somebody else took and showed it to her. So this is quite astounding. Again, we don't know if this is real. This could, for all we know, this could be a movie prop. Somebody's going to say, oh, this is from a movie, and put a link in the comments. Okay.
Going back to what Phil Schneider said, that the aliens want our adrenochrome, our adrenaline glands, like a drug for them, that they want that. He said that. And they get it out of the glands. And his brain just looks like it's just been completely, of all the nutrients and everything, just completely empty and dry. It's dry. His head's dry. His skull is dry and drained and bleached and pristine white. Chupacabra.
Okay, but I think, again, to illustrate what we mean by what these jungle folk mean by pelacaras, I think we're looking at what they mean by the face peelers. This is at the very least, I think, a good illustration of what face peelers do, and we very well may, to reiterate, we very well may be looking at the result of an attack by a so-called pelacara, face peeler. So let's talk about some other things that are very, very intriguing regarding this incident that happened in this village in Alto Nanay. One thing that stood out to me right away when I began to research this incident is that the villagers are claiming that these entities are over 2 meters tall. Specifically, they're describing them as being around 7 feet tall. So that rings a bell immediately, because we referenced the Vegas incident. During that Vegas incident that happened last month, I believe it was last month, correct? No, it was the end of May, was it not? The very last night of May, I believe, is when it occurred.
Right.
The first hours of June, I think, is when that happened. And those people described very tall alien beings. And I think the one kid said 10 feet tall, another one said 8. I saw some footage from the Vegas event. By the way, the jury's out in my mind on the Vegas event, on the Vegas incident. I don't know if those guys were telling the truth. I don't know if they were embellishing, if they were confabulating. But I'm just going to tell you, my gut feeling is that they're telling the truth, and that there was some sort of a non-human entity stalking around in their backyard. In fact, I'll go so far as to say that there is a particular, and I wish we had it ready to queue up here, but we didn't want to bother to take time to find it, but I'm sure many of you have seen this already. There is a particular video that has been extracted from the news channel's video that they took. And remember, they were walking to the backyard.
We talked about this earlier. Yeah, I saw it. It looked fake. It looked very fake to me.
The backyard with these gentlemen who called 911. So,
scoot ahead here.
What's really amazing about this video? Yes, it's blurry. Yes, it's pixelated. Okay, but keep in mind that these people living in the jungle, they've upgraded the smartphones by this time. But they've got the cheapest smartphones on the market. They're not walking around with your Apple iPhone, okay? These guys are buying Chinese knockoff phones that can barely capture video. That's why you're looking at such low resolution. And anybody who says, how come there's not a ton of video? Because not everybody in this little village, these Iquitu natives, even have
shining their lights. I think they found that alien.
So there's probably only a small percentage of them who even have smartphones, okay? So when you play this video again, what you hear in the beginning is you hear a man yell, there it is, as they're flashing the flashlight right on it. And they're trying to get the dogs in the backyard here as well. You can hear them saying, put them in the huerta, put them in the huerta. And the dog, because the dog is obviously irate. And so the people are stunned, they're terrified, and they're shouting, "There it is, there it is." And they're literally putting a flashlight on something. Now, what exactly that something is anyone's guess, but it is a something, and it is moving. And you can see, if you, especially again, this is highly compressed because of zoom, but you can see in some of these frames, you can see two eyes and a bulbous head. Right there, you can see an eye, you can see the right eye there, and the top of the head. Now, let's assume that what we're looking at here is a tall gray alien, a 7-foot tall gray alien. The same thing that I described previously that was hiding behind the forklift in the video from the Vegas incident. Let's assume for a moment that that's exactly what we're looking at. If you look at that Vegas incident video and you look at this video and you take a good look at it frame by frame, you are going to see the same creature. This is the same, I'm not saying this is the exact same entity, but this is, let's call it the same species. If in fact these videos are real, we are looking at the same species. Tall, gray aliens that are around 7 foot tall, but with the same typical features of the small grays, the bulbous heads, the almond-shaped black eyes. And in fact, Doug, I don't know if you have the time stamp, but it appears that we can even see some shine from one of the eyes. Right there you can see, that was actually a very good still. You could see the two eyes and the head. And by the way, the head is slightly moving from side to side. You can see it slightly moving from side to side. Now, a lot of people are going to have, right there, that's a very good, you can see the bottom of the face and the two eyes, the two almond-shaped eyes in the top of the head there, right? Now, this being is hiding behind foliage. So they're flashing a flashlight up into the trees, and this being is ducking behind foliage. He's probably floating there, okay? And he's ducking behind foliage so that you see him through the leaves. You're seeing branches of trees and foliage around him. So don't think that this whole green blob is the being that they're pointing out. No, rather, you can see his head behind the foliage. And again, if you watch the video very, very carefully and closely, you will see his head move side to side, slightly. And up and down, slightly up and down. There, he just looked down. You see? He looked straight again. Did you see that, Doug? He looked down a little bit.
Yep.
Okay, now people may think, oh, I don't see anything, you're just making this up. Well, keep in mind again, I've seen a less compressed footage of this. Again, Zoom is adding some additional compression here.
You want to see the still photos?
To me, it's clear as day that this is some let's just say this, something moving behind that foliage. It's something is there moving, and it appears to me to be the head of a large gray alien. That's my opinion. I could be wrong, but it appears to me to be the head of a large gray alien. And it looks very similar
I don't think so, Tim.
to what I described in the Vegas incident footage. Okay? 7 foot tall gray alien. Now, why don't we go to the
I think that was the thing.
Phil Schneider clip.
Peel that guy's face off. That's the face peeler.
So this is what we were able to screen capture. This is the foliage that was in front of it.
Yeah, there's the foliage. There's the
eye.
There you go. Two eyes, bottom of the head, bottom of the mouth. You can almost see, Doug, the circular. You see sort of like the oval-shaped head where it's sort of going down there. You can see sort of there's a line.
You know, I don't know. I just this doesn't fly with me because if somebody peeled my people's face off, one of my people's faces off, I'm not going to be shining a light up on that thing. I'm going to be running at it. You know? So, I don't buy this.
Line there. There's sort of a shadow. Do you see? Go back to that picture. Go back to the other one that we're looking at. Do you see? You can sort of see right there. You can sort of see the outline of the bottom of the face. Now, zooming in doesn't help. But this entity looks, as I said, very much like the one at the Vegas incident, I would say identical, but also it looks, again, I'll use the word identical, to the beings that were captured in the most convincing and compelling UFO footage I've ever seen, which was captured by Dr. Lair and another gentleman, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Doug, and people are going to correct me in the comments if I'm wrong. I believe it was captured in Turkey.
Yes.
And I think people know the video I'm referring to. There's a craft hovering above the sea, and they zoom in. They're filming, and they weren't looking for aliens that night. They're doing something else. They zoom in. They happen to capture this. They zoom into it, and you can see 3 beings, and the beings look precisely like what you're looking at right now on our screen.
This is part of the eye shot.
There he is. He's looking down there. You see?
Yeah.
Slightly looking down there. He's looking down and to his left, and this one he's looking more straight on at us. Okay. Now, again, some people are going to criticize me and say, "No, you have a wild imagination. There's nothing there. It's just a green blob of nothing." But understand that these Peruvian jungle people are absolutely terrified. Okay?
They sure are. The military
This is
down
not
there
a staged
protecting them.
scene. These people are not acting. They are in a state of panic and terror. And remember, they were shooting at these things with rifles and shotguns. Okay.
Apparently, it wasn't hurting them.
And they described them in great detail. So I referenced earlier that the gentleman, the tribal leader of the Iquitu people there in the village of San Antonio, in Alto Nanay, described these beings as wearing masks. These extraterrestrials as wearing masks. I don't believe that they're wearing masks. Rather, I think that he's mistaking the typical gray alien face with the long...
Well, they better start getting, do what Arnold Schwarzenegger did in Predator, start making log booby traps. Like some vines and wrapping up some logs. Come here. I'm right here. Come get me.
Almond-shaped eyes, the large almond-shaped eyes. He's mistaking that for a mask because these people are not going to be really familiar with ufology. They know about UFOs, ovnis, UFOs, but they're not going to be familiar with the details of gray aliens.
There's our boy.
So I think they're assuming that these beings are wearing masks, when in reality I think they're looking at the typical gray alien face there.
It's a different video.
So
he's wearing a black shirt.
That's some of Phil Schneider's testimony, which again, so what I'm doing here for the audience, I'm trying to correlate 3 separate incidents here, okay? 3 separate incidents. The Vegas incident, the Peruvian Amazon incident that we're talking about here, and Phil Schneider's incident that happened while he was helping to build an underground base under Los Alamos. These are 3 things. These are 3 incidents. I'm trying to draw a correlation here because I think we're dealing with the exact same beings. Go ahead.
Now, I was involved in something very controversial, almost totally unbelievable to most of you. During the unbelievable part, I was involved in building another base inside of Dulce, New Mexico, which is Los Alamos Laboratory. It's a biological laboratory. On the southwest part of the Archuleta Mesa, we built an underground facility, a better part of 3 cubic miles hollowed out underground. Then to the southwest of that, we were in the process of the early stages of building. We drilled 4 large tunnel-like holes. Some of them ran 2.5 miles under the surface. Number of the original wells or drilling machines that were used were at the rate of 2 miles a day. It was fairly rapid. The equipment kept coming up broken. So we wanted to go down and we wanted to send somebody down there, a human observer, or human observers in this case, to find out what was going on. Well, to our total surprise, first of all, the government knew all about it. They didn't tell anybody. When I saw Green Beret...
You know, you have to remember this man was potentially murdered in around 1995. Phil Schneider.
And Black Beret people encamped inside of our geologist camp, I knew something was up, the gig was up. First of all, I knew all about the alien agenda. I'll explain that in a few minutes. The large alien grays had been encamped there for as best as believed possible about 400 or 500 years. Had been one of their internal bases. And we'd drilled holes right on top of it. All the stinking air, all the black sooty air came right out as soon as the first hole was sunk, and all this soot came up, and well, that's when all the hell broke loose, really, all started. Anyway, after we drilled all 4 holes, it took about 2 days to drill all 4 of them. And when you build a underground base, you drill 4 basic holes, and then you build called stopes or cross-member holes across, and then you use blasting equipment, special blasting equipment by the analyzation of the rock formation, and you literally blast out or tunnel out or deflagrate or melt rock out to build the large rooms that are required for this underground base. Well, in this process, I was lowered down the basket of one of these holes, and about from me to this elderly woman here in the front was sitting a 7-foot-tall alien gray. The stench was worse than the worst garbage can you can imagine. The person was or the entity was absolutely horrible. I didn't waste any time. I reached for my pistol. At that time, as an engineer, I didn't have time to carry all the folderol of one of these big submachine guns that all the sea spray and the yellow fruit and all the outer perimeter and inner perimeter security people carried. I carried a little Walther PPK pistol with a 9-shot clip. This was in late August of 1979. Now, you got a regular suit of clothes, you got a regular clothes on, plus you're in almost like a spacesuit environment, and you're reaching for a gun. It's not the easiest thing to do, and then to pop a clip in it and start shooting. And I killed 2 of them. Yes, they're mortal, and they do die. However, in the process, one of them did this. All I remember is that he just kind of waved his hand in front of his chest, and the next thing I know, this blue beam hit me and just literally opened me up like a fish, and burnt my face.
Show his hand there. You can really kind of, and I zoomed in because it is, 1995 blurry VHS tape, but you could see it is, with 2 fingers here cut off, and part of his thumb's cut off too, and it's pretty charred looking compared to his other hand. He said he was hit in the chest and burnt up by the alien laser. And I wish he'd have taken his shirt off. But just what he's saying. And I know a lot of this stuff sounds so far-fetched, but in that last video that we watched of him, he was saying that his dad was involved with, he's the son of one of the original scientists, engineers that were reverse engineering the UFOs that were found by the military or confiscated by the military. So, he's the 2nd generation of these, UFO technology engineers, like, in the family. So, this is, he hasn't had a normal upbringing. I know a lot of this sounds far-fetched, but just look at the UFO hearing from last week. They're basically saying what he was saying 30 years ago. And the legacy of this man is that the longer that this time goes by, it's like more and more things that he was saying 30 years ago, and everybody was calling him crazy, it's turning into reality. Not saying that all of it is, but it's fascinating that what he's saying. Let's get back to it.
fingers right off of me, and it was some form of electrical force because the kind of like being hit by a lightning bolt burned all my toenails off of me. Completely crispy crittered my left foot, burnt the shoe right off of me. All I remember was the smoking remains, and I'm still conscious, but in and out of, I didn't remember much. And there was a Green Beret that was right behind me that risked his life. In fact, he died. But he risked his life. He shoved me back in the basket and hit the button and took me up. And I wouldn't be alive talking to you today if it wasn't for him. I'm forever indebted. He lost his life. 66 Secret Service agents, Green Berets, Black Berets, crack troops lost their lives because the government, our United States government, lied, did not tell us anything about the alien threat. There's a war underneath there, and I'm talking dead serious. Now, it gets to the big question. If all this has been hidden from us, everybody says, well, where's the proof? I've got some of the proof laying on the table. But a lot of you probably are totally skeptical. They say, well, I could be anything.
So obviously, Phil here was talking about what he calls large gray aliens, 7 feet tall. So there, again, correlation there between the Amazon incident, the Vegas incident, and they had some sort of a technology. It waved its hand in front of its chest, and some sort of a beam emanated from this entity's chest and struck Phil, or rather technology around this entity's chest, and struck Phil, and as he said, opened him up like a fish. And you'll see that, as he talked about, he lost a couple of fingers, he lost some toes, and he got cancer. He had an aggressive cancer after that incident. So maybe you're right, Doug, in speculating that man whose face had been ripped off or whatever. Maybe it was some sort of an energy beam or something. Maybe the very kind of technology that
to get that adrenochrome, like Phil said in that other video that we watched before this one.
They're under the ground. So I find this to be very, very intriguing. Is it true that these tall, gray alien beings have bases right here in the United States under the ground? Might they also have bases in the Amazon? But it's important to point out that,
trained by our military
that these entities
to how to deal with them,
that they're not bestial, they're not primal creatures. These are very advanced beings with technology. Yes, very ugly, very grotesque beings, but nevertheless in possession of advanced technology. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, in that other article that we read, it said that they were hovering in the air with like a red light coming from their feet. So, I mean, they had some type of technology where they were hovering in the air, and to where people were saying, all right, is this a drone flying around with a mask on it? You would think that people would be able to immediately tell if the thing was real or not, especially if it's, trying to kidnap women and then bodies are floating up on the shore with their faces peeled off and their brains and eye sockets drained.
Okay, so let's speculate. Assuming everybody's telling the truth, right? Let's just assume, let's operate in an environment in which we are assuming that Phil Schneider's story, the Vegas incident, and the Amazon incident are all true. And now let's speculate at what we might be looking at in terms of these entities. Now, I think the most obvious conclusion that we could draw based on the data would be that these are, at the very least, biological creatures in possession of advanced technology that are not immortal, and that are, at least to some extent, operating in underground bases, operating in beneath the soils of America, perhaps the Amazon and other places around the world, that they have some sort of dwelling, habitation there. I think we can also assume that these same entities, these tall grays, are also in possession of advanced aerospace vehicles, that they're not confined to, let's say, the underground, but that they also, because of the kind of technology on display in all three of these incidents, they're also in possession of advanced technology from which they could derive advanced aerospace vehicles. In other words, craft. So I think that's the most obvious deduction. We can call them alien because they're obviously non-human. So maybe non-human intelligence is the best way to describe these. We don't know where they come from. We don't know how long they've been here. But again, working within the framework of these stories being true, we can conclude that they are here and that they're not good. These are very nasty entities, and they're doing things that they're harming human beings. Apparently, this is part, by the way, of the famous Dulce War, the lore regarding this confrontation in the deep underground military base and the underground, generally speaking, in Dulce, New Mexico, where there was this large conflict and we lost some of our contractors and military personnel in that conflict.
I'm so glad that we watched that other video with Phil Schneider before I clicked on this video, because I mean, even though he talked briefly about the same thing, he went in depth into some other things that he didn't say here. Especially talking about he's wanting to harvest our glands and stuff. And then is this that video of that guy with his skull? I mean, is that what they do to get it? I mean, dang. That's brutal. Oh, man.
And they were killed. They were casualties of this war with these particular beings, these tall grays. So if that's true, let's now say
that was in 79?
True. Let's say that's true. Well, then my next question, my next line of inquiry would be, in what way are these beings related, the tall grays related to the small grays, the ones that we're more familiar with, the typical grays? Because obviously we're dealing with the same
species,
biological architecture here. They look the same. They're apparently the same, different. They're the same species, but of different statures. So I think we're entitled to then wonder if they're related. Are they related? And if so, are the larger grays actually in charge of the smaller ones? Do they create the smaller ones? Or are these larger grays simply the insectolins that we hear so much about in the abduction material? These very well may be the insectolins. It's hard to tell. I think if we could see the body frame, if we could see the arms, if they had spindly insect-like arms and legs, then I think we could determine that these are the insectolins. But I've never seen enough of the certainly not in any of the three incidents that we've been discussing. There isn't the kind of quality footage or imagery to make a determination if these are the insectolins. But Schneider calls them tall gray aliens, or rather large gray aliens, and I think that's an appropriate description. So that's one possibility, that these are biological alien creatures, alien beings that are either primordial beings from planet Earth. In other words, they've been here for a long time and they've been inhabiting the Earth, subterranean world, or they came here from somewhere else, or it's both. they've been here for a long time, but also they go back and forth, or they've come from somewhere else and
They
go
can
back
evolve
and
and
forth
adapt.
to who knows where, another planet perhaps, the moon. I don't know. So that's one speculation. That's one possibility, and I would say, in my mind, that's the one that I would certainly lean toward. Now there is another that I find intriguing. It doesn't necessarily correlate to these stories in the same way, but was it last month or a couple months ago, Stephen Greer conducted a, what would you call it? What was it called? The
Lost Century
conference. A conference in Washington, D.C., in which he brought forward a number of whistleblowers. Some of them were military people.
Well, just to throw that out there about Stephen Greer, he's got a documentary that he put out. He gave a speech with a bunch of people, and I don't know if this is what they're talking about or not, but there's a movie that he just put out like a week or two ago. It's called The Lost Century. It's available on YouTube for free. I saw it for free. It's mind-boggling. It's very good. So check that out for sure.
And these guys had some very interesting stories to tell. In particular, and do you have the details for this, Doug? There was a particular gentleman whose story I would like to reference here. He was the Marine.
Yeah.
Do you have that video by any chance?
No, I don't. I couldn't break down the video, but I got from the Daily Mail. I got the write-up on it. It's an exclusive. Marine vet breaks down 14 years silence to make astonishing claim that his 6-man unit saw a hovering octagonal UFO being loaded with weapons, he presumed, by unmarked U.S. forces who threatened them at gunpoint while serving in Indonesia in 2009. Former Marine Michael Herrera tells the Daily Mail that he saw a UFO being loaded with weapons while serving in Indonesia in 2009. Herrera claims an Air Force lieutenant colonel told him, "You're not allowed to talk about what happened. You will go to prison or you will die."
One of the American
he was
UFOs.
to break his 14-year silence by the new UFO whistleblower protections, and in April testified under oath about this story.
All right.
Yes, if I recall correctly, this particular story that this Marine told was linked to human trafficking, was it not?
Yes.
So he somehow deduced that human actors, and when I say actors, I just mean human beings, were using advanced technology that we had successfully reverse engineered from alien technology. They were using this craft, these advanced aerospace vehicles, to conduct clandestine human trafficking operations. And they were taking advantage of, was it a hurricane? I think it was a hurricane that had struck Indonesia.
It was a 7.
And this particular Marine was there for a humanitarian operation, and it was in that context that he had this encounter, not with aliens, but with human beings who were abducting people, and for the purpose of human trafficking.
Yeah, it goes
presumably for the sex trafficking industry.
Yeah, it goes on to say when a 7.6 magnitude earthquake struck Sumatra on September 30th, 2009, his 2nd Battalion, 5th Marines Echo Company, 2nd Platoon was rerouted to guard a helicopter aid drop around Padang City that was beset by violence from local insurgents. Around October 8th, he and 5 Marines were dropped off at a clearing in the northeastern part of the city by a CH-53 helicopter and hiked 900 feet up a ridge to take their positions for the incoming supply drop. It was then that he spotted a strange object in the jungle on the other side of the hill. He says, "I could see something moving and rotating. It was changing colors between a very light matte gray to a very dark matte gray, and it stuck out like a sore thumb." He said, oddly, they had not been given radios, so instead of calling it in, they edged down the hill in formation to investigate, and while Herrera snapped photos and videos on his Panasonic camera. He said the thing was massive, the size of a football field. The craft was rotating in a clockwise motion while changing colors. It had an audible hum to it, like the sound of a transformer or a guitar amp. It was octagonal in shape with a pyramid at the top of it that was also black. It had scales that were on the outside of the craft that covered the whole craft. It had
And by scales, do you think he means that angular body armor?
You know, the way that they have it depicted in the picture, it almost looks like it was plating stacked on top of each other.
Okay. Yeah.
He says that it had seams and sharp edges, which
is untypical, which is not typical of the alien craft. The alien craft seems to be almost molded from a single material.
Right. It was serious enough that Arrow actually took the report and accounted it in their investigation. So, you know, I mean, we gotta, when you think about Marines, you think about the integrity of Marines and telling the truth in this, and him being feared for his life. The contractors that he said were there came down. He said that they weren't supposed to be there, and that they could kill them. When the last two trucks finished unloading and drove off, he said that there were modified Ford F-350s that were beneath the craft. It sounds interesting, but when I was a contractor overseas, that's what we drove around in, was what we call up-armored Ford F-250s. He thought they were dumping ammunition. They scanned their military IDs. They disarmed them. He said, when the last two trucks finished unloading and drove off, the lower part of the platform rose off the ground to about 10 feet, and the craft lowered to meet it, and it came together into one piece. On the corners of the craft had lights that were changing between blue, red, yellow, and green. And it rose off the ground a little past the trees, then shot off to their left towards the ocean at around 4,000 miles per hour. Now, I don't know how you determine 4,000 miles per hour, but incredibly fast to the point that it's not natural.
It's atypical, right? It doesn't conform to any of the aerospace technology that we are familiar with, conventional technology.
Correct.
So, and do you have there the connection to the human trafficking? Because that was the most astounding part of the gentleman's testimony. I listened to it live, and my jaw dropped.
Well, Greer said because they were loading a certain type of box that had holes in it, that Herrera supposed that this was a box of ammunition or of weapons, and one of the other whistleblowers who had not come forward yet said that he had experience with the same thing, and that those boxes were used to move people. And then Greer goes on to say it's not just people that they were moving, but certain kinds of people with certain kinds of abilities. Greer goes on to then say that the people that they would abduct were ones that had psychic-like abilities, or the ability to project their minds out, however you want to cut that.
Right. Which is what I've speculated that is
project their minds.
That makes people candidates for abduction, alien abduction as well. So, okay, so now we've set up the second scenario. The first one being genuine aliens, or at least biological entities, non-human biological entities. Now, this scenario would be that what we have here in all three of these circumstances. Let's even set aside Schneider's experience, and let's focus specifically on this incident in the jungle. That what we have here are human actors who are in possession of advanced technology, who for some reason or other are terrorizing this village and are attempting to harvest apparently young ladies for human trafficking purposes. That's also on the table. It's a possibility. And of course, we have another possibility, which is the whole thing is fake. Not fake, but rather perhaps just completely exaggerated, and these people have seen something, but it's not anything like what they thought they saw. That's, of course, a possibility as well. But that's the most uninteresting possibility. So this could be human trafficking. It could be human beings in possession of advanced technology, which is, in my estimation, far more terrifying and deplorable than some kind of alien activity, because this would be human beings harvesting other human beings for slavery, for sex slavery, and organs and whatever else.
Adrenochrome, according to Phil
So
Schneider.
that is certainly within the realm of possibility, and again correlates to this story that that the Marine told at Greer's conference in Washington, D.C. So we have some interesting components in play here. I gravitate towards the first speculation that these are the same beings that Phil Schneider encountered under the ground as he was working on the underground bases, and the same beings that were encountered in Vegas, assuming that was that actually happened. It wasn't a hoax or something. So, and then of course, in the background of all this is my own experience in the jungle, my experience with these jungle people who do, by the way, tend to exaggerate stories. I can't deny that. These jungle folk do engage in exaggeration frequently. But clearly they were legitimately, authentically terrorized in the videos. And I do believe that they captured something on film there, that they were flashing that flashlight on. And I believe it was a gray alien.
Well, let me
7 foot tall, large, gray.
Let me ask you, you lived with these people. Are these the type of people that know about TikTok clout and trying to gain money or revenue?
No, there would be nothing like that there. I mean, they would probably have Instagram accounts or whatever, because they would have very, very, very slow internet on their phones, maybe, and it would be some sort of satellite-based internet. You're certainly not going to have any kind of traditional internet access out there. It would have to be it would have to be satellite, or unlikely satellite, actually. It would most likely be through their mobile phone, their mobile carrier, their cellular carrier. So it's not uncommon for people in the jungle in this day and age to have smartphones. But a lot of these villages, people are too poor, so they'll have a flip phone or something, or very, very, very cheap smartphone. So, and they're not, from my experience, they're not, let's say, well educated in regard to ufology. As I said earlier, they know what UFOs are. And this is another important thing to talk about. See, in the jungle, encounters with UFOs are ongoing, always. And there are some very astounding encounters with UFOs, aggressive activity from UFOs for some reason in the jungle. And Iquitos is famous for this, by the way. That whole region there is famous for this. Everybody's seen a UFO, and some people have stories. And also south of this area, in the more south and into the east, on the border of Brazil, especially around Pucallpa and some of those areas in the jungle, the Amazon basin still. You've even had incidents where there's been aggression in which people are pursued by saucers, and I even was reading about, and I didn't have the exact details, so I didn't want to connect it to what's happened here in this village, but I was even reading stories in which apparently recently a group of teenagers were being pursued by a UFO, and which was projecting some sort of a beam at them and trying to pull them off the ground into the craft. And this is not unusual in the jungle. I have heard stories like this in the jungle. I've seen many UFOs in the jungle, by the way. I've seen stories like this. I heard stories like this in the jungle, in which there is an aggressive posture, an unusually aggressive posture by these entities, by these craft in these villages, in which people are hurt. They actually are injured through their encounters with UFOs and with the beings. That's not. It does happen in other parts of the world, but maybe because of the seclusion of the Amazon, maybe they can afford to be more aggressive without drawing too much attention. Whereas if there was aggressive encounters in the United States, there'd be a lot more attention. But way out in the middle of the Amazon, I mean. But by the way, this is, as I said, I want to make sure people understand that these stories are very common, and this particular area of Peru, of the Amazon, is very, very active in terms of UFOs.
Also, another, going back to Stephen Greer and the Lost Century, there's a part in that movie where for about 10 minutes or so, there's a montage of a ton of UFO sightings, and all throughout in America, the United States. And the depiction, now it's not actual footage, it's a CGI, but it's all of the different UFOs and the different shapes and designs of UFOs from all over the United States for like the last 50, 60 years, and the different styles and designs of UFOs that they are saying in the documentary that Stephen Greer is saying that all of those UFOs were designed by the United States government, different prototype UFOs designed, man-made. So that's just another reason to watch the documentary. And possibly some of the UFOs that these people are seeing down in Peru are man-made as well.
There's something interesting. I know there was a famous case in Brazil. I don't have the particulars in front of me, but there was a police officer, a local police officer or a soldier. They were on a patrol. This guy was like left alone for whatever reason, and he was chased through the jungle, hit by a light, abducted, and showed back up a couple days later because they had this huge search party for him. And there's a documentary that was made, I think you can find it on Amazon, and the guy goes and actually talks to his sisters. I think the soldier ended up dying, if I'm correct.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of stories like that from Brazil, actually.
So here's another thing. We know from, at least here in Northern America, the abduction phenomena involves particularly mainly the little grays grabbing you by the hand and leading you out of the house, or you're being sucked out of your house.
Much more gentle procedures.
Much more gentle. You don't hear stories about
polite aliens.
Yeah, you don't hear stories about these large creatures with claws. What do you make of that? The girl who was
going back to Phil Schneider. The video that we watched earlier that kind of touched it before this video's clip of Phil Schneider. The one that we saw, the name of it is called Dead Men Tell No Tales. So you could go back and watch that. And I believe the clip that they showed there was like the expo. He was at some like alien expo in like 94 or 95. But the one that we watched is Dead Men Tell No Tales, where he talks about how the aliens want to extract adrenochrome.
Lacerated in the throat.
I
mean, could that have been a big cat, possibly?
It could be anything. Of course, it could be anything. It could be ayahuasca, a bad ayahuasca trip for all we know. But it is interesting that she had those lacerations on her neck that she claims happened during her struggle to get away from these beings. So assumedly they had her in their clasp, in their grip, and she broke away. You get the feeling that we're not talking about her being captured in some sort of technology like a beam of light, rather actually having a physical altercation with the entities. So it does make you wonder how she received those lacerations on her neck. Was it through the fingernails, claws, or some sort of technology? Or in the midst of her breaking away and scrambling around in the jungle, was she cut simply by the foliage in the jungle, which is a distinct possibility. There's a lot of trees and branches in the jungle that are full of spikes, and there's a lot of nasty thorns, so it wouldn't surprise me. But her testimony is that she was captured. They covertly grabbed her. She must have been walking around in the outskirts of the village or something. I don't know the context, but they grabbed her. She freaked out, screaming, yelling, broke away and ran back into the village. And this is what really began the villagers. This raised the alarm in the village. This is why they all came out with their rifles and their shotguns and with their flashlights and began to try and look into, and probably in their mind.
He's going into depth about that article that I read through the Sun article that had a picture of her. Apparently she was attempted kidnapping by the alleged aliens.
In their minds, to apprehend the perpetrator, probably someone who tried to rape her. In their minds, I would imagine, right? And instead, they start to see these strange beings, which we've previously described, to their great astonishment. And remember, these villagers demanded the intervention of the Navy, not just the police, the Navy. And the Navy showed up and is there on the scene, as far as I know.
Yeah,
tonight.
This was a progression of events. This wasn't something over the series of months that we've learned so far. This has been within just the past couple of weeks.
Yes, it's mid to late July. It was unfolding over various weeks, and the villagers were having to stay up all night. They were being terrorized, and evidently there were multiple attempts by these entities to make an incursion and abduct some of these people. Now, it would be very interesting if we could, or perhaps one of the listeners could, track down the origin of that video of the man with his face ripped off. And if we can verify that it has a direct connection to this incident, that would be very compelling. As far as I know, and what the news is reporting in Peru, only that one 15-year-old girl was injured. So unless another man was killed, and they don't want to cause panic, and they don't want to cause more. They don't want people to be more alarmed than they already are, and they're not telling people about it. That was likely another incident from who knows when. But if that video of that man with his face gone, that is indeed the result of an encounter with a pelacata.
What about this? Pelacata, the face peeler. What if the alien gray, the pelacata, is also the chupacabra? Or maybe even the Mothman, the Mothman prophecies? With all these smartphones that people have now, eventually the truth's gonna come out sooner or later.
With I just forgot that translation in English.
The face peelers.
The face peeler. I was going to say the face ripper. I wanted to say face ripper, and I thought, no, that's not. Pele isn't rip, it's peel. So, but the face peeler, if that is indeed the result of an encounter with a face peeler, then we are dealing with something truly disturbing.
I want to get your opinion.
And frightening.
I want to get your opinion on this report. This is a declassified CIA report that I've had. I've gone over it before. I don't really know too much to make out of it, but this comes from the KGB, stationed in Ukraine back in '93. So what this says is, after Mikhail Gorbachev dissolved in 1991 the KGB, Top Secret Intelligence Administration, a lot of material from that department found their way abroad, in particular to the CIA. As reported by the authoritative magazine Canadian Weekly World News, U.S. intelligence obtained a 250-page file on the attack by a UFO on a military unit in Siberia. And there are a ton of reports of UFO contacts in Siberia that I've now found. The file contains not only many documentary photographs and drawings, but also testimonies by actual participants in the events. One of the CIA representatives referred to this case as a horrific picture of revenge on the part of extraterrestrial creatures, a picture that makes one's blood freeze. According to the KGB materials, a quiet, low-flying spaceship in the shape of a saucer appeared above a military unit that was conducting routine training maneuvers. For unknown reasons, somebody unexpectedly launched a surface-to-air missile and hit the UFO. Old Private Ivan in his RPG
Unexpectedly
hit a UFO. It fell to the earth not far away, and 5 short humanoids with large heads and large black eyes emerged from it. It is stated that in the testimonies by the 2 soldiers who remained alive that after freeing themselves from the debris, the aliens came close together and then merged into a single object that acquired a spherical shape.
What?
That object began to buzz and hiss sharply and then became brilliant white. In a few seconds, the spheres grew much bigger and exploded by flaring up with an extremely bright light. At that very instant, 23 soldiers who had watched the phenomena turned into stone poles. Only 2 soldiers who stood in the shade and were less exposed to the luminous explosion survived.
Whoa.
The KGB report goes on to say that the remains of the UFO and the petrified soldiers were transferred to a secret scientific research institute near Moscow. Specialists assume that a source of energy that is still unknown to Earthlings instantly changed the structure of the soldiers' living organisms, having transformed it into a substance whose molecular composition is no different from that of limestone. A CIA representative stated, "If the KGB file corresponds to reality, this is an extremely menacing case. The aliens possess such weapons and technology that go beyond all our assumptions. They can stand up for themselves if attacked." This was declassified May of 2000.
Well, that is quite bizarre. Quite bizarre. I think we are dealing with technology that, for all intents and purposes, appears to be magic to us. It is so far advanced from anything we have. These beings are capable of manipulating matter and energy in ways that we can't even conceive of yet, because they have an understanding of physics that we have not yet achieved. And so we are dealing with an enemy, a formidable enemy, the likes of which...
They might not have to be our enemy. You know, from what it sounds, from like that he read that, is that they had to kill themselves to petrify the Russians, the humans. I don't know if that's the case, but it sounds like they had to give their lives in order to cause the explosion or the bomb that petrified the humans. It depends if there's different species that would want to cooperate. But if they're all addicted to, you know, adrenochrome and sucking our brains out of our head, that's another story.
We simply cannot. We have no recourse. We cannot combat them and hope to defeat them. And this is why, in my book, Birthright, this is why I propose that all of this is setting us up for a scenario in which the human species is going to need to be saved. And the only kind of beings that can save us are beings who have technology equivalent or superior to the Greys or to whatever other factions are engaging us in hostilities. And I believe that, let's say for instance that incidents like the ones we've been talking about and the one you just read there in that report continue to happen and indeed burgeon. They increase in frequency. Let's say that happens here and that it becomes undeniable. Well, I think the world will be faced, as I said, with a scenario in which we have an enemy with weaponry that is, again, so far advanced to anything that we possess, even our reverse engineered stuff, I would say, that we could not hope to prevail against these beings should we have a direct conflict with them. And we will need allies. We will need, let's say, extraterrestrial allies to save us. And I believe that therein lies...
I agree with them to an extent, but also disagree with them, and here's why. I think that if there are aliens out there, that overall they're terrified of us. Kind of the way that, are you terrified of a monkey? You know, you go to the zoo, you're terrified of the monkeys? Or the gorillas? Like, no, I'm not. Well, okay, get in the cage with the gorilla. And that's kind of how we are, I think, to the aliens. I think we've had dense, strong, because of we're earthlings, and Earth is a magnetic, dense rock planet. We have iron in our soul and in our bones and in our body, that we're dense and we're strong, and we could beat them up. That they're 7 feet tall. You know, let me punch them in the belly button a couple times. You know, you're not going to peel my face off. So yeah, I think that they're scared of us. And so they have to isolate us out in the jungle. And that's why that they're not in the streets picking us off, you know, like a buffet, that they have to do it. They have to isolate us out in the jungle, random, you know, ambush.
The deception. Therein lies the real danger for mankind, because I don't believe that those allies will have our best interests in mind. And I believe that I believe that this corresponds directly to the unfolding of the events that are recorded in the book of Daniel and the book of Revelation, and generally speaking, the end times, the biblical narrative regarding the end times. Now, if you're a secular person listening to this and you do not subscribe to the biblical narrative, then what I just said perhaps seems ludicrous to you. But there is a very cogent framework here, a narrative in which all of this fits. And so I think we are slowly moving towards a revelation, let's call it disclosure, that includes the admission that some of these, at least some of these entities, these alien entities, whoever they are and wherever they come from, are hostile and pose a very real threat to humanity at large, not one nation over another. And let me dispel a myth very quickly here. There's been some images being passed around on social media that show the vast majority of UFO sightings happening within the United States. And people are saying, why is it that almost all these sightings happen in the United States, as if it has something to do with our government? Please understand that that's just because the vast majority of reporting happens in the United States. We have MUFON. We have the Mutual UFO Network. We have other organizations that are dedicated to reporting and cataloging UFO sightings and investigating them. And other nations simply just do not. And do not think for one moment that there are more UFO sightings in America, say, than Peru or Bolivia or Ecuador or Brazil. You would be gravely mistaken. There are probably more UFO sightings in South America than North America. And I would wager to guess that there are at least an equivalent amount of sightings in many other parts of the earth, including in parts of Europe and even the Mediterranean. So let's not be under this false assumption that the UFO phenomenon is localized to the United States. It is global. And the reason why I stress that is because, as we all by now have heard about the testimony of David Grusch, the ex-intelligence community officer, who has come forward and has said that the United States has been recovering and reverse engineering crashed alien craft and the bodies and the pilots of those craft for decades. Do not think for one moment that that has only been happening within the continental United States. Every major country on Earth has a crash retrieval program. Every one. And there's probably an overarching organization, secret body,
New World Order,
let's say very much like Majestic 12. Maybe Majestic 12 still exists and is still that overarching body that is coordinating and overseeing the recovery effort of these craft. And so it may not be that these other countries, say Peru, are communicating directly with the United States Department of Defense, let's say, but rather they may very well be communicating with an international body, an international organization of individuals who are higher in terms of their knowledge on this subject, who supersede any particular nation. And that these individuals have been coordinating, again, the crash retrieval and the reverse engineering of the alien craft and the dissecting and analyzing of the alien bodies. So this is a global phenomenon, and if indeed there is an announcement in the future that it is also a global threat, which it is in my estimation, then it is going to require a global response. And people can make the argument and do incessantly online that this is Project Bluebeam. And in fact, they're probably already furiously typing out comments here in the comment section regarding how this is just another Project Bluebeam operation in Peru, and they're just trying to scare everybody into believing that there is an alien threat so that they can formulate a global governance and enslave us all, human beings, that is. And I would disagree with the first proposition, but heartily agree with the second. In other words, I would disagree that there's a fake alien invasion, but I would agree that there is a strategy, let's say, a conspiracy to formulate a global government utilizing people's dismay and fear regarding an alien threat. I believe that there is an alien threat. It is real. And the best proof that there is a real non-human threat is the abduction phenomenon and all of that material related to the abduction phenomenon. All of that, in my estimation, indisputable proof, the evidence that we are dealing with at least one non-human faction that is, let's say, covertly hostile because they're abducting people. The abduction program is clandestine, as Dr. Jacobs always stresses. It's clandestine, but it's also hostile. And so there's at least one faction. I would say there's probably 3 factions that are hostile to the human species, and they're real. They're not a contrived threat. You see, Project Bluebeam is the notion that the governments of the world, or let's say the global cabal, is going to perpetrate a hoax on the citizens of planet Earth, and are going to, through advanced technologies that the public is unaware of, and through perhaps some kind of holographic ruse, are going to pretend as if we are all under this, that we are all being, and when I say all, I mean all of the nations, that we're being assaulted, confronted by a hostile alien presence, a UFO invasion, let's call it, right? And again, the problem
definitely a risk to
with
national
that
security
hypothesis, with that theory, is the fact, in my estimation, that there are real hostile aliens. So once you have real hostile aliens in the equation, Project Bluebeam is irrelevant. It's entirely irrelevant. Now, I've spent a considerable amount of time talking on other programs and other videos on my channel, and with you guys, with you and Dave and others, regarding how all of this fits more specifically into a biblical framework, and how these entities might relate to angels, how they might relate to
Nephilim,
quote unquote fallen angels, and so forth. So I'm not going to retread that ground here. We simply are out of time. But I do have a framework for that. And again, I can refer people to I will refer people to my book Birthright, if you're more interested in that. So don't think that I'm intentionally leaving that aspect out here. The purpose of this conversation was primarily to discuss this.
I've heard that that they're demons from a different dimension. I've heard some people from a Pentecostal branch of Christianity, denomination of Christianity, touch base on that they thought that aliens were potentially demons, or like you said, fallen angels or whatnot. So that's interesting in him saying that.
Incident that's been unfolding in Alto Nanay in the Peruvian Amazon over the last few weeks. That was the primary purpose of our conversation, and not to wax theologically about extraterrestrials and how they fit into an end times framework. So I will certainly on my video, and I'm sure you'll do the same, Doug, put some links to some of the videos that we displayed here, that we featured in this conversation, so that people can take a look for themselves. And I would really actually like for the audience here to try and help us track down the origin and the context of that video featuring the man with the missing face, let's say. Is it real? Can anybody find when it was created, and where,
how long he was missing,
and what the circumstances were? Because I think that's an important piece of evidence here that could help to advance the theory that what these villagers in the jungle are saying is happening is indeed happening. That, in their words, the Pelacaras are attacking them, these extraterrestrial entities, and are attempting to abduct some of the villagers.
I know if we had the ability, we would most likely be boots on the ground conducting our own preliminary investigation for this. It's I think, like you said, we'll probably see more of this. We have to understand also that the governments control the narrative. They control the disclosure of the events, and they're also the ones who can hide most of this, or threaten or kill the witnesses. And to your summations, do you think the governments in South America, like what we have heard here in Northern America, are working with the tall grays?
I don't know. I suspect that there is an element of...
I suspect they're working with our government. If they'll basically do whatever our government will tell them to for financial aid. But they could, have some underground bases and a potential, partnership with some alien life form. I mean, who knows?
Human society that is cooperating, that is perhaps even conspiring with one of these extraterrestrial factions. As people know, I do believe that at least some of these factions are of extraterrestrial origin. In other words, they come from somewhere other than planet Earth. I believe they have bases on the dark side of the moon, the Greys specifically. I believe that there are bases in the interior of Mars. And there are some people who believe, who've come forward and who have said that they have direct knowledge of programs involving underground bases on Mars, in which human beings, human factions, are working directly with the Greys for various purposes. Now, of course, there's no way to know that any of that's true, but I think as we move forward in time here, even the most fantastical stories may begin to become more and more plausible. So I'm not going to say definitively yes or no that we're working with the Greys, the tall Greys. By the way, there's some confusion there. There's a group of entities that are known as the tall whites. I'm not sure they exist. That's based on a particular story from a particular gentleman.
From a military base, yeah.
But that would be distinct from the Nordic faction. The Nordic faction would be
tall albinos.
That species that looks very much like us. And then, of course, you have the Greys, let's say large and small, including the insectulins. And you have what I think are perhaps the most interesting, but the faction for which there is, for which we have the least amount of evidence, would be the reptilians. And I don't have any kind of evidence I can hang my hat on, like I can with the Greys. And have any kind of evidence that I can hang my hat on as it pertains to the existence of the reptilians.
So, two different, two different things here. Two different movies based on two different movies. So, everybody's talking about the Predator in Peru, which potentially is the alien, the gray aliens. So they're saying that that's somewhat based on the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie Predator from 1987. Well, Arnold Schwarzenegger's also in another movie that touches base with the villain in that movie is a reptilian. So can you name it? It's his first major role, Conan the Barbarian. The villain in that movie is a reptilian cult leader, sex cult leader. They're cannibals in that movie. And they're having like sex parties, but then they're also eating each other during the orgies. So Arnold Schwarzenegger's in two famous movies where the antagonist or villain is an alien, two different kinds. And I just recently watched Conan like last week, so that's why that popped into my head. Where it's like he's a reptilian. The villain is a reptilian shapeshifter. James Earl Jones is the actor who plays the character. And then, you know, Predator, he kind of represents he looks like a crab. Let's hear what he has to say about the reptilians.
But those are a few of the factions that are as I talked about with Richard Dolan in my conversation with Richard Dolan last week. Those are the factions that both Dolan and I believe to be real. I mean, if we were to have to say yes or no, do these beings exist? Those are the ones that I would say, yes, those beings exist. But setting aside the tall whites, I just wanted to say that the tall whites are a completely different faction that's only related to a particular story in ufological lore. But the Greys, the Reptilians, and the Nordics, those three at least I am very certain exist. Although, again, I have no evidence for the existence of the Nordics or the Reptilians. The Greys,
based off your research, though, from South America to North America with the Native American tribes and the South American tribes, there has been quite a bit of lore that you've uncovered about the reptilians and portals and things of that nature.
Well, you have lores about reptilian beings, reptoid type entities living under the ground all over the world. You know, the famous Nagas from India. But there's no evidence that I've seen. Now, there's all kinds of stories of people, and especially women, who've said they've been attacked by reptilians, and they have the marks on their bodies, and lacerations, and so forth. But there's no way to determine whether or not they're telling the truth. But certainly there are legends of reptilians all over the world, and they're almost always associated with like sort of the subterranean world. In Peru, there's a reptilian, particular god that was depicted as reptilian, or let's say perhaps even race, that was depicted as being reptilian. And certainly in Peru, there's all kinds of legends regarding the human-like race, who they call the Viracochas. There's all kinds of stories that you'll hear regarding the Viracochas and their technology and their visitations in the villages of the Andes and so forth. So, but again, the only, in my estimation, the only group for which we have hard evidence are the Greys. And I'm not saying that this video, by the way, in this incident I'm not saying that the incident in the Peruvian Amazon or the incident in Vegas or Schneider's testimony is hard evidence. That's not what I'm saying. I am referring to the abduction material. Therein lies the evidence of the Greys, and it's indisputable, in my estimation, from my vantage. So I think that we can conclude our conversation here. We'll see what happens with the unfolding of these events. If they continue to unfold, if we get more details, we might jump back on and supplement this discussion. But I think we've covered the bases. This is really one of the most fantastic stories I've ever heard. Again, it's near and dear to me because this is an area of the jungle that I'm, as I said, I am very familiar with. I've had malaria in that jungle several times. And I've got a lot of friends in that jungle, and I've been deep, deep in that region on both sides, by the way, on both sides of the Alto Nanay, up in the Masan region, which I pointed out, and then in the lower part of the Alto Nanay on an expedition.
Very cool. Very interesting. Let's go back to the blood in the crypt, the congressman.
Career government service cares about their career, cares about their clearance, their reputation to climb the ladder. And when you threaten that career path, a lot of people back off. But I'm here to represent those people. So.
Mr. Fravor, what about you? What is your
congressman?
You come forward with your perspective on this.
Actually, I've been treated very well. And the 6 people that were involved, myself included, all of them have or will be retiring from the military as 05s or 06s. And all my friends that are very senior, 3 and 4 stars, I've talked to them. They believe, they understand there's a problem. But no, I was actually treated really well.
And what is your general interpretation of these phenomena, or what is your current thinking of trying to make sense of them?
Well, I'll say, I'm not like a UFO fanatic. It's not me. But I will tell you that what we saw with 4 sets of eyes over a 5-minute period, still, there's nothing, we have nothing close to it. It was amazing to see. I told my buddy I wanted to fly it, but yeah, it's just an incredible technology.
All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I'll yield back to you.
West Side?
Thanks. On to Ms. Luna.
Mr. Grusch, in speaking to you yesterday, I just wanted to follow up on Representative Raskin's questions. In the last couple of years, have you had incidences that have caused you to be in fear for your life for addressing these issues?
Yes, personally.
Okay. I just want everyone to note that he's coming forward in fear of his life. To put in perspective, if they were really not scared about this information coming out, why would someone be intimidated like that? To your knowledge, are NHIs working with adversarial foreign governments in either technology exchange programs or back engineering programs?
I don't have data on that. I'm not sure.
Have you heard or you had people come forward to present that evidence?
Not that particular evidence that you just espoused.
Okay, on the 19th of April, Dr. Kirkpatrick, head of Aero, had said that he did not find any evidence of UAPs. You also stated that you had, in your interview, that you had briefed him on information that you were uncovering, but that he did not follow up with you. Were the items that you divulged to him pertinent to national security?
Yes, him and I had a classified conversation in April 2022 before he took over Aero in July 2022, and I provided him some concerns I had.
Do you know why he might not have followed up with you?
Unfortunately, I cannot read his mind. I wish he did. I was happy to give sage counsel to him on where to look when he took the helm of Aero.
Okay, and then my last question for you before I move to Mr. Graves is you received prior approval from the Defense Department to speak on certain issues, correct?
Correct, through DOPSR, DoD Pre-Publication and Security Review, and I just want to remind the public, they're just looking from a security perspective. These are my own personal views and opinions, not the department's.
Okay, I'm asking that though mainly because I think that there are many people that would like to discredit you. So it does bring a certain amount of credibility to your testimony.
I'm required by law to do that as a former intelligence officer, or I go to jail for revealing classified information.
Yeah, we don't want you to go to jail. My next question would actually be for Mr. Graves. Can you please explain to me in detail the event that occurred at Vandenberg Air Force Base?
You know, I understand, you know, him not wanting to go to jail, but at the same time, you know, and Phil Schneider said the same thing. But the thing is, it's different. But with Phil Schneider and Grusch is that Phil was a line stepper, and it was back in 1995, before all of smartphones, that he couldn't just put everything out there. And it's going to take somebody with some guts to put it all out there.
Certainly. In the 2003 timeframe, a large group of Boeing contractors were operating near one of the launch facilities at Vandenberg Air Force Base when they observed a very large 100-yard sided red square approach the base from the ocean and hover at low altitude over one of the launch facilities. This object remained for about 45 seconds or so before darting off over the mountains. There was a similar event within 24 hours later in the evening. This was a morning event, I believe 8:45 in the morning. Later in the evening, post-sunset, there were reports of other sightings on base, including some aggressive behaviors. These objects were approaching some of the security guards at rapid speeds before darting off. And this is information that was received through one of the witnesses that have approached me at Americans for Safe Aerospace.
Was this documented in any official form, whether it was a police blotter?
Yes, they had official documentation and records from the event that the witness held over the years.
And I'm not going to ask you to do it right now for time reasons, but you'd be able to sketch what was witnessed, correct? And have you seen that before on any other equipment and or during your flight time?
I have not seen what they've described. This object was estimated to be almost the size of a football field. and I have not seen anything personally that large.
Whoa, it's huge.
Okay, and then another question on follow-up referencing the gimbal video Go Fast incident. Can you just clarify, because to our understanding, the footage was actually cut off at a certain point, but what happens at the end of that video, just for those Americans specifically there that are wanting to know about the rest of that footage?
Certainly. There was some uncertainty or instability with the object. It seemed to rock a bit, and that's the last I had seen of the video. Much of the data that I would recommend be analyzed would consist of radar data that would provide precise kinematics on the object, as well as the fleet of objects that were operating nearby.
Okay, and follow-up, in regards to the reporting procedures that Mr. Garcia had addressed on, as well as Representative Burchett, with the FAA, to your understanding, pilots that are seeing this, commercial airline pilots, are they receiving cease and desist letters from corporations for coming forward with information in regards to safety for potential airline passengers?
I have been made privy to conversations with commercial aviators who have received cease and desist orders.
So the American public should know that corporations are putting their own reputations on the not the line, but ahead of the safety of the American people. And I think, would you agree with that statement?
It appears so.
Okay. I guess this would be my last. I'm out of
Okay,
time.
Miss Luna.
I yield. I'll be back.
Good. Mr. Moskowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, let's talk about the laws of physics for a second. Mr. Graves and Commander Fravor, I heard you talk about speed. When those objects broke the sound barrier, did they make a sonic boom?
I was in a jet. You can't hear anything. It's kind of loud in there.
Yeah, you're not able to actually personally tell within the vehicle. I will say the objects that we were seeing, they were spherical, and they were observed up to Mach 2, which is a very non-aerodynamic shape.
What about G-forces? Let's talk about G-forces of those vehicles. Could a human survive those G-forces with known technology today?
No.
No, not for the acceleration rates that we observed.
Okay. What about what they look like? How close did you get? Did you see a seam or a rivet or a section? And what I mean is, obviously, the jets you're flying have all those things. Did these objects have those?
I didn't have the detail to be able to tell that.
So we got within a half mile of Tic Tac, which people say that's pretty far, but in airplanes, that's actually relatively close. No, it was perfectly white, smooth, no windows, although when we did take the original FLIR video that is out there, when you put it on a big screen, it actually had two little objects that came out of the bottom of it. But other than that, no windows, no seams, no nothing.
Mr. Grusch, as a result of your previous government work, have you met with people with direct knowledge or have direct knowledge yourself of non-human origin craft?
Yes, I personally interviewed those individuals.
Mr. Grusch, as a result of your previous government work, have you met with people with direct knowledge or have direct knowledge yourself about ATs, advanced technologies that the U.S. government has?
Based on conventional advanced tech, I was briefed to the preponderance of the Defense Department's both space and aerospace compartmented programs, yeah.
Do you have knowledge or do you have reason to believe that there are programs in the advanced tech space that are unsanctioned?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you say that they're above congressional oversight, what do you mean?
Complicated question. So there's, some, I would call it abuse here. So congressional oversight of conventional special access programs, so I'll use Title 10, so DOD as an example, right? So 10 U.S. Code Section 119 discusses congressional oversight of SAPs, discusses the DepSecDef's ability to waive congressional reporting. However, the Gang of Eight is at least supposed to be notified if a waived or waive-bigoted unacknowledged SAP is created, and that's public law.
Well, so that how does, I don't want to cut you off, but
Yeah.
how does a program like that get funded?
I will give you generalities. I can get very specific in a closed session, but misappropriation of funds and
Does that mean
self-fund.
that there is money in the budget that is said to go to a program, but it doesn't, and it goes to something else?
Yes, I have specific knowledge of that. Yep.
Do you think U.S. corporations are overcharging for certain tech they're selling to the U.S. government, and that additional money is going to programs?
Correct, through something called IRAD.
Okay. Satellite imagery. Let's talk about satellite imagery. We have satellites all over the place, some that we're aware of and many that we're not aware of, right? We're taking pictures of everything at every point and second. Mr. Grusch, are you aware, do you have direct knowledge, or have you talked to people with direct knowledge that there are satellite imagery of these events?
That was one of my primary tasks at NGA, since we process, exploit, and disseminate that kind of information. I've seen multiple cases, some of which, to my understanding, and of course I left NGA in April, so that's my information cutoff date. But I personally reviewed both what we call overhead collection and from other strategic and tactical platforms that I could not even explain prosaically. And I have a degree in physics, by the way, as well. And I am aware that you guys have not seen these reports, unfortunately. And I don't know why.
You can kind of see what they're working on, the congressmen here at this hearing, that they're asking them all these questions that is the military or these companies, specific companies, misleading the people, and they're trying to, beat around the bush, but answer yes, to where they're developing a case against specific manufacturers and branches of the military that are not releasing information to the Congress or the public. And we're going to see, hopefully soon, that if it can fly to where they file lawsuits against these companies or even against our own branches of government to force them to reveal certain information about, alien technology and contact with, extraterrestrials. So hopefully this'll work. Phil Schneider would be happy to see this.
Do you have direct knowledge, or you've spoken to people with direct knowledge that this imagery applies to crash sites, crash imagery?
I can't discuss that in an open session.
Okay.
I wish you would, Grusch.
Do you have any information that the U.S. government is involved in a disinformation campaign to deny the existence of certain UAPs?
I can't go beyond what I've already stated publicly in my News Nation interview because it touches other sensitivities.
Okay. I'll yield the balance of my time back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Fox?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our witnesses for being here today. Mr. Grusch, in your sworn testimony, you state that the United States government has retrieved supposedly extraterrestrial spacecraft and other UAP-related artifacts. You go so far as to state that the U.S. is in possession of, quote, non-human spacecraft, end quote, and that some of these artifacts have circulated with defense contractors. Several other former military and intelligence officials have come forward with similar allegations, albeit in non-public settings. However, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, the director of AARO, previously testified before Congress that there has been, and I quote, no credible evidence thus far of extraterrestrial activity or of, quote, off-world technology brought to the attention of the office. To your knowledge, is that statement correct?
It's not accurate. I believe Dr. Kirkpatrick mentioned he had about 30 individuals that have come to Aero thus far. A few of those individuals have also come to Aero that I also interviewed,
Okay.
and I know what they provided Dr. Kirkpatrick and their team.
Okay.
I was able to evaluate
Okay,
that information.
I need to go on.
Sure.
But my understanding that his statement is accurate, came from a direct quote. And this contradiction is a perfect example of why we need to inject transparency into our government. And for another example, look no further than the pitiful response to the Chinese spy balloon debacle earlier this year. You may remember the mass confusion that ensued when the balloon was first spotted over Montana, 4 days after it first entered U.S. airspace over Alaska. The Biden administration's initial inability to address the object grew into a continuous series of embarrassments. After news of the balloon reached the mainstream media, we were assured that the balloon posed no threat to our security. However, after the balloon was allowed to transit the entire continental United States, fighter jets were scrambled off the coast of South Carolina to shoot it down. This flip-flopping and obfuscation caused needless confusion, fear, and panic across the country. It's my hope, Mr. Chairman, that this sort of confusion will not be repeated. We should investigate the extent to which elements of our government possess or do not possess information that is of critical value to the American people. We owe it to the citizens of this nation to make sure that our government is transparent and accountable. We must make sure that our government provides answers, and Congress must do its duty to solicit those answers. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Yeah, Mr. Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2022, NASA announced that it was commissioning an independent study team to examine UAPs. The NASA team is comprised of scientists across different fields, as well as former astronauts and pilots. In May, the independent study team held at its first public meeting, which included the perspectives from NASA senior leaders, as well as perspectives from the Department of Defense and intelligence agencies. The NASA study team is also expected to release its first report pretty soon, and I think it's safe to say that we all eagerly await its results. Mr. Graves, how might NASA's research influence the commercial industry regarding safety in UAP?
I think NASA has a big role to play as far as commercial aviation safety, and it's one of their original charges as an organization. One of the recommendations that have been put forward is to utilize their existing aviation safety reporting system to serve as a short-term fill and trusted platform for pilots that want to report on UAP. It also has built-in analytics capability and is funded by Congress.
Gotcha. And also, Mr. Graves, are there any other industries that may be influenced by the NASA research on UAPs? And if so, how so?
Well, I think there is a large swath of commercial capabilities that could be brought to bear on this topic, from space-based or ground-based sensor systems that are available open source or through commercial marketplaces. And I think NASA's work, as they work to identify and highlight specific parameters that can be found, we can take that information and promulgate this to the public sector so that we can have a more open conversation about what we're seeing.
You know, in 2020, the Department of Defense released several videos of UAPs, including Mr. Fravor's experience, U.S. Navy pilots that recorded footage. In 2021, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released a preliminary report on UAP events. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson stated that NASA would begin to investigate these events. In fact, I sit on Science, Space, and Technology Committee, and when we were doing a hearing with the NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, I asked, you know, why NASA needed to be fully funded, and there were many great reasons, but one of them was actually had to do with UAPs. He actually mentioned, you know, is there life out there? I don't know. And so either way, these actions ultimately led NASA to assemble the independent study team that I mentioned earlier. Also in 2021, Harvard University stood up the Galileo project to research and examine the origins of UAP. So it seems like both, you know, from NASA and in the higher education community, because of the work that y'all have done and people standing up, you know, I think we're seeing some of that stigma slowly going away. Mr. Fravor, do you believe that military pilots feeling empowered to share their UAP experiences has directly impacted the scientific community's research goals on this topic?
I would say yes. I would say that, you know, starting in 2017, when it actually came out, it took that stigma away. I mean, I've talked to multiple senators who said prior to that, if you'd have mentioned UAP, you'd have been laughed off the hill. And now we're sitting here today for a public testimony on what's actually going on. You know, I'm
come a long
hoping that
way.
This curve will be more of an exponential, and we'll get more and more transparent to the level that we can.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, it's important. I couldn't imagine. You know, I'm not a pilot, but I used to fly gliders in Civil Air Patrol. Huh? Yeah, I got.
Well, it really is groundbreaking. Phil Schneider would be so proud of this hearing. But something has something has to happen. Something productive has to happen. You know, Grusch keeps saying, oh yeah, I'll tell you in private. But that's just how things have always been. You're going to have to get it out there to the people, to the public.
Yeah,
Pilot?
I mean, you know. And so either way, I mean, I couldn't imagine, you know, being in the glider and seeing something, and then not feeling like I had the agency to talk about it. Mr. Graves, can you discuss the importance of seeking scientists to sit on your advisory board?
Absolutely. I think ultimately this is going to be a scientific problem. And not only that, it's also an engineering problem. I've been working with the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics to help them stand up a UAP integration committee to help integrate their engineering prowess into this problem. And so, yes, very much, I think this is an engineering and scientific problem as much as a national security problem.
And how might Congress help to facilitate partnerships between the scientific community and the UAP focus groups within government?
Well, I think one of the things they can do is to have these types of hearings to communicate to the public that this is a topic of interest. I think that there is a pseudo market, if you will, of interested capabilities and talent that want to approach this topic, and we're seeing that start to grow now. So I think continued conversation, reduction of stigma is going to allow that to flourish and allow answers to help generate themselves.
100%. Well, thank you all for being here, and thank you for your work. I think it's important that we keep our top scientific minds focused on this issue.
Well, thank you so much, YouTube. This is Kyle Graves Live. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I appreciate y'all. Hopefully some truth will come to light, and some change and some discovery, some technological advances will be released to the public soon. Wouldn't that be something? Free energy.